All of council is present and paying attention. And we are going to move into closed session. If I have a motion to move into closed for property.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. There we go. It is February 16th, a little after 3:00 in the afternoon. All council is present. Councilmember Rubel will be joining us shortly. And we're going to start the work session with a discussion about trails and open space. Welcome, Heinrich.
Is it up there? Good evening, Your Honor. And thank you for a little bit of FaceTime. Here we got 15 minutes, but I just wanted to take an opportunity to go over sort of some of our capital projects that Trails and Open Space has on the docket. They're outlined in the staff report, and just take any questions. So I'm going to just zip through them real quick. And if you have any questions on any one of them, I'm happy to just stop and answer. So really for Trails and Open Space this year, we're implementing things that we've been planning over the past several years. And so the first one associated with that is the rail trail improvements. So I think many of you will remember the rail trail master plan and the discussion we had. I'd like to put on the record that we are not widening the rail trail, but we are looking at making, the small improvements there, the nodal improvements, replacing some of the bridges that are there on the rail trail. And so we'll be doing that this year. We right now are looking at the design contract. We've procured that. That'll be coming to you in the near future, and then actual specific projects, not like a specific bench, but a project will then return to council. So what we said in the rail trail master plan is you will see these actually again in the council. And so I've got a couple residents in Prospector who are on sort of like my bat phone, that anything I do with the rail trail, I send those to make sure that they're aware. So the other just component of that, there was a sewer district project that took place actually over the last couple of years, but specifically from Richardson Flat to 248. They finished that project last year, which was the lining of the sewer district. Part of that was the contractor did a lot of damage to the rail trail. It was actually anticipated in the bid. So that contractor will be coming back to basically mill and resurface that. So again, it's not a widening. It's something that contractor, no dollars from the city, will just have a new resurfacing. So when that comes up and you get phone calls, you'll be like, I remember that. So any question on that?
Nope.
Okay. Two trailheads that have been identified for a long time, all the way back to sort of like the Olympics. We refer to them as the McLeod Creek and Meadows Drive. I think, does all of council through the map understand where those are? Okay, perfect. We are looking at doing some improvements and basically just hard surfacing those and providing trash cans and make them really dealing with some of the stormwater issues, because they are pervious surfaces. I want to call out specifically thanks to the Aspen Springs HOA. Man, I think you were at the meeting last year where we spoke to them. They voted to identify a representative to work with the Lot 1 owner there on an easement. We've worked through, we haven't signed the easement that should, come before council and stuff, but we're moving forward on those. We've submitted planning applications. And if it gets through the planning process and stuff, then we'll actually put those out to bid and try to build those this year. So I think probably a important part of the Meadows Drive is actually, this is another aspect of where we're trying to work with the neighborhoods to mitigate those impacts. This one traditionally is used a lot in the wintertime. When the snow piles up, the cars kind of move into the drive lanes. We've gotten complaints over the years that, it's a dangerous situation. We'd like to rectify that with some improvements there. So any questions on those? Yep.
Will these have stripes? Did you say that? Like, they'll be paved and then the
Yeah,
lanes?
we'll stripe them.
We'll stripe them. Okay, good.
Mhm.
Didn't notice that. Today I drove past there and cars were parked in many different directions.
Yeah, that has been, numerous years. I'm not sure how much council is aware, we tried to make little improvements with the HOA where we put down some road base because this is many years ago, but there was a concern that sort of with that pastoral sort of rural area and the way that it looks, that HOA and some of the members were like, do we really want to put blacktop down? Let's see what we can do. And I think we've made a couple efforts to do that, but this HOA is very supportive of like moving forward with the new design. So good question. We have some defensible space projects that were awarded last year with Alpine Forestry. Those are on Rossi Hill and Daly Canyon. I've sort of stressed to council in the past that there's only one or two contractors in town that actually do this work. And you can give out the contracts, but then you have to actually get on their schedule. So I've already scheduled them for this year. They'll be doing that work there in those areas. And then we do have some final pile burning and stuff to finish on Treasure. And we'll be coming back to council in the future, sort of with some more information on our overall projects on Treasure, et cetera. So anything on those?
Does the snow have to be gone for them to start over on Rossi Hill and Daly Canyon?
It has to, and that's a good question because I asked them, like, how do I schedule you? And they just monitor south facing slopes will dry out sooner and then they can do the work. So the north ones. So I guess my answer to that would be, yeah, the snow kind of has to be gone before that.
Totally gone.
So,
Okay.
Yeah. This is one I'm really proud of that, and I'm really proud of like the state of Utah. The federal government and the states have really funneled a lot of money for wildfire mitigation, and you're seeing that start to like trickle down to municipalities. This is the first year that the Community Wildfire Defense Grant was offered by the state of Utah. We applied for that with Deer Valley and Park City Mountain, and I think that's important to identify those two partners. Obviously, the city and those in the resorts are the largest landowners. The important component of that, though, is we use the work that Deer Valley has done, Park City has done, and the city has done as the match to the grant funds. So these are grant funds that are coming in that are using previous work as the actual match. So, credit to those two entities and the city for the work we've done in the past. And the way that work will be decided upon or prioritized is based on the community wildfire risk assessment. So this is not a super exciting document. We've been doing it for about a year. I'm not sure. I'm looking for council members to kind of nod their head like, yep, remember when we awarded this? But it really is a planning exercise. We're on schedule to come back and adopt that with council late in the spring. We are entering phase 3. Phase 3 includes a lot of public outreach. So we'll meet with our stakeholder groups. We'll have an open house. We'll have a public notice period where people can like weigh in and provide comment associated through the Engage Park City page. And then we'll bring all that back to council. And I think the staff report sort of outlines the different components that we're hoping to provide the city with that planning document. I think the most important is grants. Again, there's a lot of money that's coming through the different channels. And matter of fact, you're seeing legislation right now and through this session is actually identifying more opportunities for rural communities to get funding to do these exact plans so they can actually get grants and implement programs. So we're a fair amount ahead of the curve on other communities, and hopefully that puts us in a position that we can actually implement programs. So anything on those programs? Okay.
Nope.
Treasure Hill is just about there, the conservation easement. And I know that we purchased that property in 2019. There was a clause that the sellers put in that they wanted to wait a certain time period before actually we moved forward with a conservation easement. I've never questioned that, why it was there, but it was in the transactional deeds. When we did that, we council awarded Summit Land Conservancy as the holder. So we've done a couple different things. I got to cheat on my notes here. We've done the forestry plans. This is probably the most difficult property that we have as open space, just to let you know, from the survey aspects to working with the residents that are right there on the Treasure property, as well as there's a lot of moving parts and utilities associated with that property. So conservation easement is in perpetuity. We want to get it right. Summit Lands has finished their baseline. We should have the survey associated with that, and we're hopeful of adopting that, by this July. So that'll be good. I know Cheryl and her team are really excited about that. Anything on Treasure Hill? No? I got you guys. It's like quiet all the way around. I think the last part is just a couple of trail projects. Most of these are from developments that we've done in the past. One is Huntsman, which is right behind you guys, just up the road a little bit. That's a hiking trail component. Some of it's the finish of the Park City Heights trails, and then a little bit of some spur on the Clark Ranch west parcel, which we got a grant for, and we went through the annexation process on those. So those are there. I did want to call out, we had a lot of discussion on Bonanza Flat last year. The direction was to finish the phase 2, what I call it now, but that was the multi-use to Pine Canyon Road. We had a discussion on that. Council was happy with that. Tana and I numerous times with Laura Smith and some of the residents of Brighton Estates walked those, flagged them. We've got an alignment. They haven't finished that. Winter sets in, and so it's a short construction period at time frame at 9,000 feet. So we're hopeful to finish that. And then the direction was to do the exact same thing with phase 3, which would be going back to the trailhead or the connection, what's been known as the WOW connection. So that is absolutely up there to go through that same process that we go out and walk it, come back to council. We have a public discussion on that. Council can make the decision whether they want to move forward with those. So are there any questions on, because Bonanza, we spent a fair amount of time on Bonanza last summer. So I just wanted to make sure that we're seeing okay. And then I just wanted to take 1 minute. Am I doing okay on time? 1 minute over. Transit to Trails was really successful this year. And so that's not really capital, it's operational. But winter was very successful as well. So I can't recall if I gave you the numbers associated with that. But we ran that program from November to mid-December. We ran it like on Thursdays through Sundays, obviously weather dependent. As we got closer to December, surprise, surprise, with this winter, we canceled a few days because it was inclement weather, but we serviced 1,672 users associated with that. And I think council got a lot of positive impacts or emails from that. We would like to continue that, both those programs next year. That'll be in the budget, the FY24 budget that obviously will be in front of you guys to approve. So if you have any questions when that comes forward, happy to answer those. So that's all I have. 2 minutes over. I think I started 3 minutes late though, Nan. So
That's fair. Good job. Thank you, Heinrich.
good. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's move on into winter operations mid-season update and annual transit performance statistics, as well as the 2022-23 winter parking program update. Hello, Matt.
Hey, good afternoon.
We've got the whole crew here.
It takes a village.
Yes, it does.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Mayor and Council, I am Matt Neely, the Transportation Director, and I'm joined here by members of my team. Kim Philstead, Transit Manager, Andrew Latham, Transportation Operations Manager, Johnny Wasden, Parking Manager, Andy Stevenson, Transit Communications Specialist, Scott Birmingham, our Transit Service Planner, and hopefully joining with us soon will be Caroline Rodriguez from High Valley Transit. Okay, so she is with us.
Hey, Caroline.
Okay, good. The village is here. And so we appreciate this opportunity to come back to you and to update you on the successes and challenges we have experienced since the winter season started. This update will include a presentation from Kim Feldstead on the transit performance with support from Caroline Rodriguez of High Valley Transit on microtransit. And Andy Stevenson will share the continued public outreach and near-term public engagement for promoting the city's transit service. Johnny Wasden and Andrew Latham will present what we have observed from the changes implemented from parking and traffic operations. This team, along with others from Park City and our external partners, has been working together since before the winter season started to develop, implement, and maintain the integrity of this plan. In coordination with each other, this team has monitored daily challenges that develop with congested streets, insufficient parking, and transit impacts, and develop quick and strategic strategies focused on maintaining public safety, prioritizing transit, and protecting our neighborhoods. Overall, I'm pleased with many of the performance outcomes that have been observed and will be shared with you today. There has been a lot of work by this team and other departments within the city that has gone into developing and implementing what is in operation today. I want to acknowledge the continued coordination and recognize our partners that have been involved with the implementation of this winter operations plan. The stakeholders include UDOT, Park City Mountain, Deer Valley, Summit County, Park City Police, Park City Streets, and High Valley Transit. We appreciate their support and contributions and recognize we wouldn't be where we are without their assistance and support. As I shared with you in October, that Richardson Flat Park and Ride could be a viable option for capturing visitors before they come into town. It is recognized that this location could be more convenient. However, it still offers available parking with convenient transit service. We have seen a favorable response from surrounding community and our local community, the PC Heights neighborhood. We have seen a slower rollout with microtransit, but we are starting to see more use over the last few weeks. We will continue to monitor the progress of this program and return in May with the season's results. We would like to go through our presentation before we take questions from council. We can go back through the slides and discuss any questions or comments you have on any of the information presented. I want to turn the time over to Kim Felstead to start our presentation and share with you the performance outcomes we have experienced thus far with transit service, lessons learned, and some of the challenges we have experienced this year. Kim?
Thank you, Matt. Well, ridership is the first slide, and this is a really good story to tell. I'm pretty excited about how we're rebounding after the pandemic. So, it was up 57% from 2021, but what really I think is a good sign is that when you look at this winter in particular, compared to the same time frame last winter, we are also up in ridership, and I have a good feeling that we're actually going to exceed some of those numbers next year, if not match the numbers that we had pre-pandemic, which were impressive numbers back in 2019. So I think more good things to come, more riders. And then what you see here is a chart just showing the 16% difference, but you can see how far we've come from the 2020 numbers when the pandemic really kicked in to getting back to where we were, and I think on the road to exceed it. So there's some key things we measure to ensure that people will want to take public transit and help us with our ridership, and one of those is reliability. So in 2022, our goal was 90% reliability on time. And what that means for us is that the bus is there within 0 to 4 minutes, 59 seconds at its time point to be on time. Never should leave a time point early, but if it leaves 5 minutes or more later than what was scheduled at that time point, it's considered late. So we didn't hit the 90%, but we got close at 86%. And we continue to strive to meet the 90%. We've got some ideas of how we can get there, but without any major changes like a dedicated bus lane or no traffic, it's kind of difficult to hit that number, but we're still trying. Okay, our paratransit. I think this is still a great story as well. We separated from High Valley in July, and they started running their own paratransit service. And if you look at the whole 2022 year, we had a 6% downturn in paratransit ridership, which would be expected, given the separation. But since then, if you just take the time frame from when we separated till December of 2022, we have actually increased our ridership. We still get new applications for paratransit weekly. So I think we're both probably delivering a lot of paratransit service right now. And accidents is another thing that we monitor and want to make sure people have a safe ride if they're choosing to use transit. What we are concerned about is avoidable accidents. And in our terminology of that. It isn't necessarily who got the ticket. It's could this accident have been avoided through defensive driving principles, because we expect a lot more of the operators. So there was a pretty, I would say, bad problem back in 2019 with 78% of the accidents being avoidable. Now, this is comparing apples to apples as much as possible. So it's not just that the traffic disappeared after 2019. We're comparing it to the hours of service we were running. And so we have seen a downtrend in our avoidable accidents, which is great. The following year, we went down to 47%. And then this year and last year, we're kind of holding it the same. We had a little uptick this year, but not significant enough to be concerned that we're going in the wrong direction. And customer feedback is something that's also very important to us. For this winter in particular, we initially got a lot of customer feedback about the new Silver route and Richardson Flat. It was, how do I ride it? What's the hours? And then when the service actually rolled out, the feedback changed to, we would like to see direct service to each resort. And that was predominantly the feedback from that point forward. Turning over to Andy for a minute.
Thanks, Kim. Yeah, so just touching a little bit on, guess it would be great if you could hear me. Just touching a little bit on some of the outreach. In addition to all of the outreach initiatives that we've reported on throughout 2022, we kicked off this year with Tri-Transit Week, the first time since 2020. So we were excited to bring back in-person events and ways that we can incentivize transit use and encourage new riders or encourage people to get back on the bus if it's been maybe since before the pandemic. We did that by hosting 5 events throughout the week with our wonderful partners who are listed here, who really we are super appreciative of all of our partners that worked with us on Tri-Transit Week. It wouldn't have been possible without them. And we held those events and posted educational content on our social media channels throughout the week. And we were able to reach about 350 people, either existing riders or new riders, and had a lot of great feedback and gave away a lot of amazing gifts. We ordered a lot of fun giveaways and we gave literally everything out. So it was a really fun return to some in-person events. So again, just want to thank everyone that helped out with Tri-Transit Week.
All right. So our winter service, as I said, we're already seeing some numbers that are beating last year's numbers for this winter, actually by 38%. So that's where I get my optimism that they're back and they're going to be back even more than before. So something interesting to note is that the Sundance Film Festival numbers in particular, if you want to go to the next slide, it shows it a little more clearly on the chart. We did see that we exceeded 2019, which would have been pre-pandemic in this case. We actually went down from 2020 numbers, which still at that time frame was pre-pandemic. And so that could be in a lot of reasons, but we think maybe the fact that it's part virtual and part in person, that our numbers would stabilize perhaps more at that level. But next year will definitely help us see a more clear picture. Okay, now I'll turn it over to Matt.
Okay, so thanks, Kim. The other thing we wanted to share with you is just what we're seeing with Richardson Flat. With Richardson Flat being identified as a pilot, we've tried to keep our eye on that location just to see how it's been performing throughout the winter. And so January 1st was kind of a milestone for us, as that identified really a significant peak. And that was where we counted 335 vehicles that were parked in the lot. And we monitored and collected 882 passengers that were using that transit service. And PC Heights, which we know that has become kind of a hot spot where people from that community want to use this service to get them into town and into work. So on that day, there were 37 passengers. During Sundance, during Sundance, there was 171 cars and 464 passengers. And so we've continued to see an increased use in this service. Okay, next slide. And so what we wanted to do is present to council, since there's going to be this is a pilot, so we acknowledge that there's going to be a hard stop on April 16th. We've been hearing from the community that they see value in continuing this service. And so we wanted to bring this to council tonight or today, just to see where you're at and to see if there's any appetite for an option for us to go forward with after April. And so what we did is we came up with 4 options, and option A and option B are just a minimum service. What we were thinking about is just trying to come up with a service to support our workforce, being able to get them to work in the morning and then be able to get them back in the afternoon. And so option A was for a 20-minute service, and then option B was for a 40. Initially, we were thinking 40 is the way to go, just so we can support that. But then we started hearing from members of the PC Heights area and some of the other workforce that was saying that we needed to, make our hours earlier and extend them later so that we could better support them. And so that's what option C and option D are. And what we did is we provided what the cost is for each of those options, and we broke it up into the fiscal year for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24. For the fiscal year 23, Transit has the funds in their budget to be able to support this. What we don't have are the funds for fiscal year 24. And so what we are bringing to you is we could extend this service, and in May, we could come back to you with a report on how well things are going, and then see if we want to continue it through November, which is when our winter service would start up again. And then be able to make a decision. Part of our challenge is we have a workforce. We have a workforce that we stood up for winter. We brought in a lot of seasonals, and we hired a few additional permanent employees. But when the season ends, those seasonals will leave. If we want to continue this Richardson Flat, we will need to retain some of those FTEs and make sure that they're trained and they're ready to go. So that's one of our big questions for council tonight, is to see if we can get some direction on how we should move forward. If we just do a hard stop on April and just recognize this was a pilot, we've identified the success, or do we want to continue and provide a minimal level of service for the community? Okay.
Matt, when you figured out the hours for options C and D, were those based on number of riders that most people were riding the bus during those hours? Because we've gotten some feedback from folks that the 6:25 isn't quite late enough.
Okay. So it was more of a majority more than a minority. And so there's some adjustment that we could make in those hours. This just kind of gives you a reference for if we want to run those hours longer, we can move within a time period. But we're looking at the collective number of hours and how much it would cost us to run that.
I see. Okay. Hannah?
Yeah, so as soon as this off season hits, Main Street businesses usually close at 6 to 7. So that is something to keep in mind on who's using the buses. So if a retail business closes at 6 p.m., they probably can't catch a bus because they're going to have to do their closeouts. It's usually one person. So I would suggest if we're looking at workforce, we figure out who's using it from which areas. I've heard from some Main Street businesses. I know there's obviously some resort businesses as well, but that is what happens with retail as soon as April 15th hits.
I think if council decides that we should continue this service, I think we can dial in those hours for when we should start and when we should have that last service at the end of the night. And we can closer look at that.
Jeremy, where are you on this?
Well, I think we should continue the bus line like any regular bus line would be. So if that's 6:45 a.m. till midnight, then that's what it should be. And it should be regular intervals. We see signs of it working. People are giving us positive feedback. Use is increasing. Now's not the time to pull it back. Now's the time to continue the good work that's been implemented here. The alternative, they had on-demand service, and I guess we'll talk about microtransit here in a minute, but it's pretty expensive. So I lean towards a fixed route with regular service and make it part of our system permanently. We need to serve Park City Heights.
For all hours, not just these that are suggested.
Yeah, whatever we do for spring and summer, make it consistent with whatever the green bus is, the yellow bus, the red bus. I don't know how much variance, but I think they're all pretty close to the same hours, aren't they? And winter's different. I know we have some that are shorter, but
Scott, you want
I mean, I could just speak to, the cost of that.
Can you come up to the microphone? Thank you.
right here, Scott, right here.
Oh,
Oh, that
sorry.
one.
That's more comfortable. Yeah, I mean, if we were to do the same service that we're doing right now, it'll be about 650,000 from April to November. So that's just something to think about as well, but we
but
can
is
go
that
down that road.
consistent with like our spring and summer for other lines? Like what?
Yeah, so yeah, those hours would be consistent, with all the other lines as well. So if we wanted to do that, then yeah, it'll be about 650,000.
Yeah, I'd support that. I think we need to invest in community service, level of service, more so than cost optimization in some cases. We have other projects going in out there. Makes sense to me.
You mentioned an issue with finding enough staff. So would that further complicate things if the bus were to run all those hours?
Yeah, it would make it a little more challenging. Even right now for winter, we are not fully staffed. We have had to cut trips out of the white pretty much every day because we don't have enough staff. We've got supervisors out there driving, assistant managers, everybody we can get, but definitely believe in continuing the route. It's sort of an unknown if people will want it in those, spring, summer hours that late, if we'll have the same experience because we haven't done it before. So that's why we're recommending a little shortening. But we can certainly, work to the plan of what's needed and start recruiting. That's why we need a decision now. It takes 6 weeks to train a bus operator and, more weeks to just even recruit one in the door. So the more lead time we have, the better success we'll have.
We're cutting some lines though, right? We have more lines in the winter than we do the rest of the year.
We are cutting some lines. So like I said, I'm not fully staffed right now. So that's why my concern is, and a lot of our staff is seasonal, which is great. But they do leave. They have no intention of ever becoming full-time. They have a summer gig that they go to. So
I guess I'd like to understand that better. And I'd like to understand better the mayor's question around the hour distribution and ridership.
mm,
This route provides another unique thing that's really nice for folks is that Main Street sort of express out towards the Kearns area and Bonanza area where a lot of our more affordable housing is.
Mhm.
So it's not just talking about Richardson Flat or Park City Heights. I mean, there's a lot of benefit
Right.
here.
right. Like I say, there's not really any data to go off of. So this would be using our best guess and getting feedback from people in the community as to what hours would work for them. Obviously, if we ran at the same amount of hours, there's more options, but we might have an experience where we have an empty bus. Even in the winter, we have had the last few trips and do not have very many people going out to Richardson Flat.
But we have the winter data, right? From
Yeah, we do.
We do.
We do.
So that I think
can
that's
look
what
at
you were
that.
talking about, right?
Mhm.
We could look at, how early people are riding the bus from PC Heights. And then we could probably look at how late people are getting off at PC Heights and use that to help us.
I would use that and I'd actually look at all the stops. I mean, there's only 5 or 6, right?
Yeah.
That would be helpful in making that decision.
We can do
You
that.
think you'd need the high school stop because people are not switching buses there? Because wasn't the high school stop to pick up skiers usually? Am I wrong on that?
We've had people transfer there. The hard part with the fare free system is you don't give great travel pattern information of where the riders are going and came from. But we have seen people directing people to transfer at the high school when asking about the route. So I still think it's necessary.
The reason given earlier for it was that's where a lot of our more affordable housing is,
Mhm.
not necessarily for the skier traffic.
Right.
So I think we should stay on that as the goal of serving those housing developments. And if
Agreed.
that means you move at a stop, whatever, but
Becca.
Yeah, I'm interested in continuing the service through the summer because I do think that consistency is a big piece of training people to use it. I would trust your judgment on what hours you think are best. I don't know if it needs to run all day. And I do know that, especially, in our workforce population coming in and out of, places like Park City Heights and Kearns, you're going to lose people to bikes and electric bikes, probably during the summer as well, probably not the earlier and later hours, but I do think it is worth, reaching out to some of those neighborhoods and trying to nail down a little bit or what hours are. And then I would be in favor of trying something along the lines of option C for summer.
Ryan?
Yeah, I was curious. I see the averages. When did the silver start running? Did it run before ski season started, or do we have ridership data without day skiers?
Like December 10th.
It was
It started
December 10th.
December 11th is when it started.
December 11th.
Don't you remember the party?
I don't get invited to parties, even transit parties. Do we have any information about the ridership mix of day skiers versus commuters? I know Eric pulled some of that for cars. And Eric, get to work. You haven't done that yet? Okay. I mean, it'd just be nice to know what proportion of the riders we'd expect without day skiers are commuters. We're just getting down to a pretty low expected number. And the cost to serve that. So I think the affordable housing argument is powerful. We need to serve them with transit. I'd probably be more conservative on the hours and probably start small and see what the ridership looks like.
Okay.
So you've got consensus to continue the service.
Okay.
And the council is interested in seeing more data about the ridership and the hours.
So we'll work on that, and then we'll put together what our recommendation is for the frequency for this service.
But Kim, does that direction give you enough to start recruiting?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Where are we on housing?
We have some units available, just with some seasonals that are leaving the season early, but only 2 units, and we're filling them back up with our new recruits. So,
Okay.
I think we have just under 40 total for transit. So, yeah, we filled them up quickly, and then we noticed recruiting got a lot more difficult once we didn't have the housing. So.
Can I ask a question? Dawn,
Sure.
on that? I just had a question on your Exhibit E, so the feedback report. So technology issue was high, driver complaint, and missed stops. So what are we doing to work through those top three feedback report issues?
So technology issues, that usually goes to Franklin's areas, and it's mainly just kind of educating the user of the technology. And as far as driver issues, we investigate all those and take the appropriate action. Having cameras and sound on the bus makes that usually an easy process to get to the bottom of quite swiftly. And I'm sorry, the other category, feedback, is it that you asked about?
It was missed stop or drop off.
That's other, also kind of along the lines of the driver issue. We can go and look, did the bus go by? We have GPS tracking of the bus and whether it stops or not. We can see people get on or off. A lot of times that's a misunderstanding as well. Like an express bus will pass by because it doesn't stop there and people don't understand, or a training bus, even though it says it's a training bus. But sometimes we do have pass-bys. That is definitely a common problem in the industry, especially like at night when it's dark and hard to see if somebody's in a shelter.
And so do you think a lot of these new bus stops, this will help with some of those issues with
I think
screen
so.
and digital? Okay.
Yeah, they're more open, better lighting, I'm expecting. Plus, we'll have hopefully some camera technology there so we can even monitor it. And if somebody's being missed, we can have a bus circle back and take care of that.
And the only other feedback that I received this year that we didn't cover was that there seems to be a lot of out of service buses or buses, and maybe that's the getting passed by 3 or 4 buses that all say out of service or training. And so does an out of service bus still have to go on its route? Is that why it does that? I'm not, I just don't understand why that happens.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to go on its route. It could be out of service for a lot of reasons. It might just be that it's done its last trip for the night and is coming back into the garage. It could also be that there's a mechanical issue with the bus, so we're not going to take passengers. Or if it's completely full, it would need to just drop only. And so, yeah, that is something that we try not to do as much as possible, but it is just definitely, it happens on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Scott has something to add.
So this, yeah. So this year is the first year we've done a peak service from, 8 to 5 o'clock-ish. So after 5 o'clock, all those extra buses for the extra frequency, they drop out and go out of service. So that's probably why you've noticed an uptick in that this year, is because those 5 o'clock buses are ending. They're trying to drop out and get back in to go home.
But every day seems like a peak day, so.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's one reason.
Thank you so much. That was really informative. We appreciate all the work you put into that.
Okay.
So let's move right on into parking.
Brian has a question.
Well, no,
Oh, I'm sorry.
can we go back and just ask a couple of questions on a couple of things?
Sure.
I had
Yeah.
questions at Matt's instruction. I just wanted to ask about micro. Just kind of state of the world of micro. Like, what have we learned? What do we think about
So
micro?
Caroline's going to cover that here in just a bit. We wanted to
Okay.
get through this and then get into parking. And then Caroline's got some great slides with some great information.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well, I got one on this before we move on about the para transit services. So those call centers have now been integrated. Is that right?
And no,
Oh, they
they
still
have not been integrated.
Is that still the plan? Or did I misunderstand the?
No, it's not the plan. And I would say it's been working well from the feedback we're getting though. Because customers now understand that if they have a trip that's starting in Park City and going into the county, that they call us. And then if they have the return trip from Summit County back to Park City, they call High Valley. I mean, Carolyn can certainly speak to their feedback experience, but of course there was a little, confusion in the beginning, but I don't even see any issues coming from that at this point. That our riders understand how it works.
I'd still like to understand, perhaps in a future discussion, what it would look like if we could move to a consolidated call center or request system for those services. Because there are a lot of routine riders, and I think we should do what we can to make their experience as good as possible in terms of the service level provided.
Thank you. We'll take that into note.
Thanks.
Hello, Johnny.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me again. So I'll try to breeze through this, but essentially, as you all recall, the summer of 2022 was spent preparing for this winter's transportation operations with the plan of reserved and paid parking at Park City Mountain Resort. With this plan, there were still a lot of questions of how to best address the anticipated impacts and where pressure would be felt throughout town. Along with identifying gaps of enforceability in residential areas with enhanced signage, enforcement, posted officers on identified peak days. We also recommended deploying daytime paid parking in our Old Town business paid parking areas. The intention was to address and mitigate last winter's observance of skiers parking in free city lots when the resorts became full. And then right after, just kind of heading out into that traffic snarled 4 o'clock hour. So this report is really just intended to provide an update on how the parking plan has been going and what we've learned so far and how we intend to continue. So peak days, kind of just revisiting that. I do have to say, I've been with Park City for a mere 5 years, and I've never seen such coordinated efforts across so many different departments and so much support for kind of holistic improvements to execute this complex and multifaceted plan. So I just want to start with that, just because it's been absolutely wonderful to work with all the departments and with council and community priorities. So the identification of these peak days kind of helped craft the plan and how to manage the surges in visitation and traffic. The implemented infrastructure that we put in during the fall have added a layer of protection and flexibility that are applicable to events and other peak season times and seasons. So, shifting gears, if, during Sundance in our operations plan was, we could do so with a lot more confidence, knowing that we have a lot of things in place already with our peak plans to kind of help manage those surges in traffic should they get a little surgier than usual. I don't know if that's a word, but and then I think Andrew, do you have any?
No, I think you covered that well, Johnny. I think a good example of this was Sundance, where we sort of stopped Sundance plans a little bit earlier than planned, and we were able to already have peak day planning in place, and so it was very seamless, and we were able just to transition into that.
Okay, so do you have another item? Sorry. So I just thought I'd move into our resident parking plan. So with the expansion of regulation and patrol in neighborhoods surrounding ski resorts, there have been observed reductions in cut-through traffic, increased resident support for, when an observance is reported to us, we're able to quickly respond. And we've also seen an overall increase in parking compliance. So much of the increase in our issued tickets on this next slide, as you can see, there's quite a sharp increase, is due to our kind of geographic area of our regular patrol increasing by nearly 150%. That basically is including, the Thames Canyon, Payday, Deer Valley areas. So, we just ramped up our patrol and enforcement of those neighborhoods significantly from years past. And I think now that we're kind of see that downward trend in tickets issuance, we're starting to see better compliance, and people are getting a little bit more educated on how to park in resident areas or not to park in resident areas. So they have the additional enforcement staff and increased posted regulation that we installed in anticipation of the traffic this winter. I think it's had a role in that uptick where there's greater regulation and more kind of that contrast of where you can and cannot park. So that being said, we are still practicing our problem-solving approaches to our enforcement, where if there's an opportunity for an educational conversation, we'll call it, if we can avoid ticketing and only kind of use that ticket as a last resort. And although our ticket counts and our fine amounts are higher this year, our contested ticket ratio is about 1% lower than this time last year. So this kind of indicates that tickets issued have been warranted and acknowledged by the recipient a little more effectively. And another good indicator is that the behavior changes are happening, resulting in kind of a reduction again in kind of our overall tickets issued. So in this following month. So we're happy with the direction that's been going, and I think we've felt the benefits there. So on to paid parking. As I mentioned last summer, we met with various partners and stakeholders in formulating a plan which accounted for the wide array of potential effects that daytime paid parking would have on the business community. From visitors to employees, we wanted to ensure that we had full picture and attempt to address concerns in the best way possible while obtaining those desired results of preserving parking for Main Street visitors, customers, and reduce spillover parking from resorts. While we included the Historic Park City Alliance in the forming of this plan, their stance was to implement daytime paid parking after the Sundance Film Festival. If the same impacts from last year were observed, we'd kind of circle back. But with the various unknowns this winter, council voted to implement the plan with the opening of the ski resorts, a little bit more preemptive, with the commitment to gather data, return with mid-season metrics, and compare with previous seasons. So the overall effects, have been, and of this plan's timing, have been highly effective in stabilizing our facility occupancies and our parking session durations. So these were kind of two things that were concerns, that, are people going to stay all day? Is it going to have a deterring effect? Is it going to keep people away? Is the garage going to be empty? So I think these were all kind of real concerns that we had moving into this. And so in some of these metrics, you can kind of see that we had pretty big uptick in our overall transactions. That first one is obviously reflecting the daytime paid parking, increasing transactions. These are, again, parking transactions or unique visitor transactions. And then I kind of wanted to compare apples to apples. So I provided a 5 p.m. to midnight, which is our typical year's paid parking hours. And we still saw an uptick in transactions, so that's okay. So I think that it's stabilized a lot of our occupancies in China Bridge especially, and the later trend and slightly higher occupancy indicates that the daytime paid parking plan has produced those desired outcomes. So with a slightly higher visitor parking session duration average, we feel that the pricing effect of the parker using their full session they've paid for, that they're essentially getting more bang for their buck when they pay for parking, but it's still producing a healthy turnover rate with only that mild uptick in duration. So we're not seeing people stay for hours and hours and hours, and it's very comparable to previous years. So this one just kind of talks a little bit more about kind of that stability and that trend a little bit later in the day. As you can see, the earlier in the day occupancies are stabilized, and we're not seeing a huge flush of occupancy during the ski resort kind of filling times, or if there's overflow or whatnot. And then I just kind of wanted to talk a little bit about our Old Town employee parking permit issuance. It shot up by about 219%, which was to be expected. It also gave us a nice identifying metric on how many daytime employees we have utilizing China Bridge or daytime paid that we're parking during the free period. And again, we expected this uptick, but we also feel that this signifies that this is a valued, affordable option for employees during the day. And with our program's prorated month-to-month pricing structure, employees aren't paying for parking that they don't need or don't use. It's just because it's more of a month-to-month seasonal thing. So, after this winter, going back to daytime paid parking, they won't need to have that permit anymore and aren't paying for parking they're not using. And then while offering free transit options for those who choose not to purchase a permit is also the counter side of that. And kind of going into park and ride metrics, as you can see, we had a pretty big spike in this is vehicle occupancy, so vehicles parked over there, obviously during Sundance. And this is one of our more encouraging metrics. It shows that skier and event parking have generally been funneled to the appropriate places, especially when co-promoted by our partners like Sundance Institute or Deer Valley Resort on those busiest of days. And there's active messaging on the outskirts of town saying that parking is full. So I think it's showing that paid parking is also kind of that counterweight to messaging and promotion of transit options, and as well as the park and rides enticing drivers to think about their trips a little more and reduce traffic congestion by choosing a free ride rather than driving a single occupancy vehicle. And so kind of moving forward, this is just a little bit of an ugly slide, apologize. We feel that this winter's parking plan in coordination with the Mountains parking plan has overall been very successful in addressing the community's transportation priorities. We intend to maintain the current residential parking plan and daytime paid parking program through the remainder of the season, and then return to our shoulder season parking plan, which you can see here is kind of we go back to evening paid parking with $1 an hour, while balancing kind of that transit service and ski resort closures in mid-April targets. So that's about it from me.
So I just wanted to talk just briefly on the peak day planning. I think the slides are in a different place, but it's with peak day planning, what I think is important to acknowledge is that we still understand that we have a congestion and a traffic problem, particularly with our egress between the 4 and 6 p.m. hour, and particularly when we had weather on top of that. So we have seen that. One of the I want to highlight some of the successes of the peak day plan this year, and Johnny touched on it. Is the coordination of the plan has been excellent across the board with all of our city departments, the police department and streets department and special events and all of us who are part of this, to our partners with Park City Mountain, with Deer Valley, with UDOT. It's daily coordination. It's 2 or 3 phone calls, text messages a day, every day, in order to make all this stuff work and make sure that our coordinated effort is better than it has been in the past. And I think we're seeing the fruits of that. And then I wanted to mention that the coordination between Park City Mountain Resort and Park City during the off season and the planning with regard to the circulation pattern around the resort base, we've seen a lot of success with that, particularly with the ingress and also with the egress. That in conjunction with the paid parking reservation system at Park City Mountain Resort has really created an improvement, particularly with ingress, like I mentioned, in that we don't have, it really has dispersed the traffic, the morning traffic, and that we don't have people racing to compete for a parking space. We've seen that happen. And as a result of that, we've had positive results with our residential protection, particularly with the Thanes neighborhood. And a big success with the 14th, 15th neighborhood that just sits right below the resort. In the beginning, when we said we were going to place barricades at the 14th and 15th, there was a little consternation with the residents there. But as the winter seasons played out, when we sent messaging out that we're going to remove them on non-peak days, the response was like, "Don't move them, keep them there." So we've seen a lot of good success with residential protection, coordination with our partners. The VMS messaging this year has been more responsive and dynamic, and you're seeing that with what Johnny mentioned with parking, and that we're messaging the right places at the right time to get people to the right parking lots. And I think that's been a successful part of the plan. I will say there are challenges ahead of us. We focus on Deer Valley Drive, Bonanza Drive, and Kearns Boulevard in the afternoons for egress. Those seem to be our most congested places. And I'm sure we'll spend a lot of time during this off season with engineering, transportation planning, UDOT, working on solutions to that. Some of that's already in the planning, but there are some temporary things we could do on peak days that we'll be planning throughout the off season. And I think Kim mentioned that there's an 86% on-time rate for the buses. I think probably where you're seeing the decrease in the on-time routes is during those peak times of congestion. So if what we can do there to improve that can bring that on-time transit number up as well.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. We're now ready to hear from Caroline on microtransit.
Questions on this first, or you want to do
Oh.
questions at the very end?
Okay, we have 15 minutes left. I'm just trying to figure out how to manage the time.
Let's let Caroline.
Let's get Caroline, and then can we do that?
Hey everyone, thank you council and mayor for having me. Real quick, I want to start with a shout out to your staff. Anyone who says Richardson Flat needs direct routes to the resorts, they haven't taken it. I take it every Friday, 2 5-year-olds, 2 sets of skis, 2 helmets, 2 sets of snacks. Literally takes less than 2 minutes to transfer. That time transfer is on point. The next bus is waiting. We get right to Deer Valley. Sorry, Victoria, but it's significantly easier than parking, and I will do it every Friday while that service is in, and every other time I go to Deer Valley. Park City staff, awesome job. Love that service. We'll always ride it. Okay, microtransit. Can I share my screen? Okay, I'm going to. Cool. All right, so quick overview. Council and mayor, you're all aware you have 3 microtransit zones. It's a shared van service, 6:30 a.m. to midnight every day, completely fare free. Okay, ridership started out a little slow, has grown over time, reaching about 300 weekly rides. You can see at this map on the right side, these are rides by origin, but this is not actually the real story.
Hey, Caroline, can you go full screen on your PowerPoint?
Can I?
I just wanted to test you in real time.
Some of us have our vision.
Okay, you see it full screen now?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, okay. Yes, I can go full screen. Okay.
And more.
All right. So what we think is, what? Why are you laughing? Can you not hear me now? Do you have a
You have
cat on your head?
some type
You're
of
closed
real-time-
captioned.
It's good.
Oh,
You're good.
that's on purpose. That's for accessibility. I always do that. Okay. What we think is that the teeny tiny size of your micro areas are limiting the potential micro trips that you could be providing. This PC Meadow zone, this actually includes the Thames zone. It's just how we calculate it on the back end. But if you look at the rides per square mile, Park City actually performs better than a Wasatch County. If you factor that up to what you could be providing, if you increased the area, you would have the same productivity or similar productivity that we're seeing in Wasatch County and Summit County. Now it's not forwarding. Hold on. Okay. So what you see is this map of ride requests, and look at where the density of the requests are coming from. They're not coming from the Park Meadow zone. They're not coming from the Royal Street zone. There are people that want to use the microservice that are outside of the current Park City micro zones. I know that part of the reason that Park City staff wanted to structure these zones in particular was to avoid cannibalizing fixed route. But actually, by doing that, we're not allowing the algorithm to sort of unleash its power, because the algorithm works hard to prevent that cannibalization. In addition, the evidence that we have on the Summit County side down with the UTA service and other similar deployments across the country is that microservice doesn't cannibalize fixed route. It actually increases access to the fixed route and therefore increases fixed route ridership. That's absolutely the case in Summit County. And if you look at our fixed route ridership, you'll see that on almost every fixed route, we're up more than 50% from last year. What are you looking at now? All of these dots represent downloads of the High Valley Transit app. People are getting the message, they try to use the service, and then they find out that they're actually not in any micro zone. So there is much greater interest outside of the existing zones to use the microtransit and then microtransit connect to fixed route service. Here's a great example. Here's a trip from Snow Cloud Drive to a Thai restaurant on Main Street. This person would be outside of the existing micro service, and yet they'd have to walk more than half a mile just to use a fixed route to get to Main Street. With the same number of vehicles and the same number of drivers, you could expand the existing micro zones to be a citywide service. As I said before, we can expect an increase in fixed route ridership with the addition of more areas of the microzone, and the algorithm would be programmed to prevent that cannibalization of fixed route. One more thing that I want to show you is on the right, you can see how this potential microzone would increase the coverage of your existing transit system. And we can anticipate between 400 and 650 rides a week with a citywide microservice. Last thing I'm going to leave you with. I know that we hear all the time from residents and visitors, well, I would take transit, but it takes too long. One of the many reasons. If you look at, on the left is today's transit travel times, and you can see the walk sheds, and this is Jane. And does anybody know who Jane Jacobs is? No, Google it, and then you'll understand why her name is Jane. Then you can see on the right side, Jane's walk shed. Look how much farther she can get in 30 minutes. If we really let micro perform as it's supposed to. And if we allow you as the Park City Council and Mayor to see how micro can really contribute to your overall transit service. Questions, and if we want to go into the detailed weekly data, I also have that available for you. And I believe Robbie is already reporting that to you. But I also have the week by week info sheets if you're interested.
Thanks, Carolyn. Let's go ahead and do some council questions. Ryan, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'm sort of processing. I don't know what my questions are. It's interesting. I mean, it seems like it goes back a little bit to the conversations we want to have about objectives with transit. Like it seems like we've stood up micro primarily to talk about servicing the resorts. And Lower Deer Valley is not included. At the time we talked about it, they're mostly Deer Valley skiers. They have access to Deer Valley parking. It wasn't to stand up like a mass transit system for Jane to get to her doctor's appointment, to get to the restaurant, right? So no doubt it would slow down trips to the rest of town, but I don't know if we'd be servicing, it's sort of like, so what are our objectives with transit? It's hard to know if we'd be servicing that or not. Those other bubbles are, and it looks like the historic district and Old Town, open question there. I'm not sure. Do you have any data around sort of the composition of the ridership on micro and where they're going? Are these skiers, workers, leisure work? Do we know where they're going and what they're doing?
We do know where they're going, what they're doing. We can extrapolate that. We know every single origin and destination of a micro trip, and that Robbie and your team already have that. Can I just step back, because I was so excited to talk to you that I totally buried the lead here. And that is the data point that I really wanted to point out is that I know from your staff that previously in the Royal Street area, your fixed route area was getting 10.5 boardings per day. In January, just in Royal Street, micro was getting 16.1 boardings per day. And in February, 27.2 rides a day.
Yeah, that's great. I was going to ask about that too.
I can't believe I forgot that. I was so excited. I just glazed right over it.
Okay, thanks.
Becca?
Well, I will say that when I've seen microtransit work well in other areas, that it was a much larger area, and it does make sense that that's making it harder for people to use. But my understanding was for people to get back to, so if people are downloading it in town, can they put one of the areas that they are allowed to get a ride to, and it will still take them to those areas? For example, people are, it's like you're trying to get near.
Yeah, is regardless of where your origin and destination is, we'll tell you how to get there, but it just may not be micro. So those people that you saw in the heat map, those are folks that specifically requested a ride that that they were either pushed to a fixed route or just couldn't get where they were going. So they're trying to request that ride.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Tana?
I don't have a lot of questions about micro. I just do about parking. So we'll come back to that. But I guess I would actually just want to see the slide deck a little bit better. I probably need to change my contacts. And then also probably see a price, like how much would this even cost to do before moving forward?
Well, I can tell you or your staff when that's appropriate for what different scenarios would look like. But essentially, you would have the exact same, it would be the exact same pricing that you have now, hourly pricing.
Thanks.
How far through our budget have we made it yet so far? I know we set a budget.
I'd have to look at the invoice. I can get right back to you with that. We sent the invoice a few weeks ago.
I think as of a few weeks ago, we were about $300,000 and change. And so right now, yeah, you bet. And then based on just the forecasting revenue for this season, Robbie put together, looks like we would be about $749,000. You know, and that's just forecasting based on trends and ridership. So more to come on that.
Jeremy?
Yeah, so the way I'm thinking about this, Caroline, tell me if I'm wrong. We pay by the available hour per vehicle, right? So what you're saying is expand the zone, but don't add vehicles or hours.
Exactly. So for example, our productivity and utilization in the county zones, like we approach 7. So we measure it in terms of rides per driver hour. And we're almost always between 4 and 7. In a normal rural area, you're excited to get 3 rides per driver hour. In the Park City zone, your utilization is 0.7. So what I am proposing is that we unleash the full power of microtransit and get your utilization up. Use the same number of hours, the same vehicles, same driver hours, and show you what it can really do.
And, you know, when we implemented some early changes, it took a long time. How quickly could this be implemented?
So great point, because we are suggesting that we don't implement the changes until late March, because at this point, to make changes, you know, it is going to take at least a month because of all the geography on the back end that has to be programmed.
Yeah, well, in that case, because the program's over mid-April, isn't it? Yeah, so for now, I'd probably go back to my initial thought, which is if we could reduce our hours and vehicles quickly in the meantime, so we're not just paying for an underutilized service. And then think about, you know, the strategy moving forward, kind of like what Ryan was talking about. What are we trying to accomplish? Do we really want to serve all these areas with micro? Are there other solutions? Do we need to look at our bus lines? You know, it's kind of a bigger conversation. You know, if you said we could implement it in a week, I'd probably say, what the heck, let's try it. We're already halfway in. But if it's really going to be with 2 weeks left in the season, I don't know. I struggle with that. So I don't know the best next step there, but my opinion would be let's cut back on the spending if we don't think it's effective how it's implemented, and then worry about improving it next time around.
I think you're right. It is a bigger conversation and we're out of time here. So I'm looking at Sarah back there. We have a significant portion, a block of time set aside at the retreat to talk about transportation and different issues there. Is this something we could add to that conversation?
Yeah, that's a great idea. And we could work with Caroline to get some more numbers and answer some of the other questions. I know we're out of time, and I know you probably had questions about parking and some other things. So maybe you can email us and we can work that into the retreat.
Sure.
Timing.
Well,
Does that work?
The only concern I have is, I mean, so we've been asking for some of these conversations since late December, early January, right? And being able to adjust these pilot programs on the fly. I mean, 2 more weeks of a system that's not working could cost us, what, 50K, 70K by those numbers? I mean, it's pretty big dollars we're talking about. Could we maybe just take a quick poll of if we should reduce the service for now, so we're not just hemorrhaging cash?
I just like to make one point about that. You know, I think we didn't have enough data to really talk about lessons learned until now. Getting through the holidays and getting through January, it was really insightful, and we have seen the numbers go up. So I just want to make sure that we put a pin in that.
Yeah, I think our commitment was to come back in February on these. That's what we've been working towards for the North Star for the
Yeah,
past
don't get me
2 months.
wrong, that's always been the answer. We've just asked a lot of questions.
All right. Well, that was our commitment too. I mean, that's not just the answer. I think that was our verbal commitment when we instituted the daytime parking program in Old Town, when we brought on board the pilot program.
Right.
Just to be fair.
So now we're talking about pushing it to March. I guess that's my heartburn a little bit.
Well, I'll say the next 6 weeks are like the 6 busiest weeks of the ski season. I mean, we go into President's Week, we got All Stars happening this weekend, and then March is the busiest month for all businesses in town. So I don't think reducing service as we head right into the busiest month is a good idea.
This serves residential neighborhoods mostly.
Some of these examples are rentals too.
Yes, in residential neighborhoods, but that 0.7, I mean,
I'm saying though, like if there's no parking in Old Town and a resident wants to come up here, this is their option, right? Or if they want to
Right,
get to the
but-
resort because traffic is so bad, this gives them. the
this is a
option.
service delivery optimization conversation though. And so the question would be, can we deliver the same level of service or 90% of the level of service we have today with one van instead of 2 parked on Royal Street? You know, can we do it with one van instead of 2 in Park Meadows and Thames zone? I don't know the answers, but I mean, it's not a cut service conversation. It's a responsible spending conversation, really.
May I just confirm that the council is receiving your weekly data reports? No. Okay.
I don't think so. I guess I would think about Jeremy's question. What about the flip side of that? Is there something we can do to drive more ridership and more awareness where we are serving today? Because I agree, it seems a little late to have 2 weeks at the end of the season that are different. I still feel like there's a lack of awareness among some of our residents that they have access to micro, or they sort of know about it, but they're scared to try it. Is it really going to get them to the resort on time? Like, are there things we can do to keep the capacity but just drive ridership, or do we just is it simply expanding the area?
I can speak to that. So we, in addition to what we've already been doing throughout the winter to promote it, we have throughout February been launching more like paid PSAs on KPCW. Postcards are being mailed out within the service areas that exist to get feedback from an Engage page we have set up. And anyone tuning in right now, I'd also encourage you to visit that Engage page and provide your feedback and just kind of your ideas of how the service has been working for you. Or if you do have questions.
Can you give that address so people?
Yeah, it's engageparkcity.org/microtransit. And then we've also placed park record ads this week. We also have been working with our marketing agency, Slate Communications, and they've put together a wonderful video that we can use to share either to, if we change the service or just want to promote it, we have that video that's ready to go. And we're working on them with options to place it throughout places that people get their news and can learn more about it.
That's great. And I'm thinking too, on top of that, like in Park Meadows, we have like 3 to 4 areas that are high density, that have a lot of renters and visitors that come into town. I don't know if property management companies are informing their guests about it. Just anybody listening to this meeting probably already knows that microtransit, right? But like, how do we reach those people in those high density locations who should be riding transit?
And we did distribute booklets about the system to resort property managers, lodging associations, things like that. And we also sent out a kind of e-blast to HOA contacts through our contact list, just informing that that's available as well. So, but again, anyone who's interested in a booklet, I have plenty more, so we can use that to promote it.
Okay, thanks.
So may I please just add, since I would rather eat glass than run for an elected office, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Look where the zones are. Upper Park Meadows. No, that's not going to drive ridership. A zone in Upper Park Meadows is not going to drive ridership because inherently, most of those folks are not willing to do it. If we can convince some of them to try it once, twice, they might do it, but it's the zones and how the zones are structured. If you want to drive ridership, you need to expand the zone. Andy's marketing efforts are above and beyond, like Mountain Vibes free rides. Wish I thought of that, but you can only market so much. At some point, it's still public transit. And getting the people that want to ride public transit to do so makes it better for everybody. because there's always going to be people in Range Rovers who are always going to want to drive their Range Rover. Bottom line.
So I just
Brian,
want.
you probably drove a Range Rover here.
I'm not that fortunate, Caroline, but I would push back on that though. I mean, I think we have in the center of Upper Park Meadows, we have a 200 unit nightly rental community, a 50 unit nightly rental community, and a 64 unit nightly rental community, all next to each other, high density, the same visitor who goes to Vail and Breckenridge and Rise Transit because it's a fixed.
And
bus
they're
route.
already riding. What your data shows is those folks are riding. People who want to go to the mark every day, lots of them are riding. Who you're not capturing and why the productivity appears to be so low is in addition to those riders who you do have that are riding 3 times a day, you need people to make the decision to take one trip a week on transit. And they're not, because the micro is not meeting the needs that it needs to meet. I think Jeremy's point about who are we trying to serve and why, that is spot on. I think Sarah has heard me say that a million times. The people that you're talking about, Ryan, they are riding. It's everyone else in the zones because they are a tiny little piece. And they're doing it one weekend at a time.
So can I just jump in for a second? I know we're out of time, but when we got the microtransit endorsement by City Council, the idea is to evaluate this as a pilot just to see how it would perform in the city. And I think what we're observing is there was a slow start. It took us a little bit to be able to get it out to the residents and into the community. And we're starting to see a significant increase. You know, my suggestion is let's just see how this thing plays out. It's to Tana's point, we're approaching some of our heaviest, busiest weeks as we come into March. It would be great just to see how this thing continues. And our commitment to council is we will continue to send, or we will get the statistics, the data to you so you can see it. And if there's something that we need to adjust, you know, after, you know, we can come back in March, which is just 2 weeks away. And we could revisit this conversation. But I think that just looking at this, we've seen a lot of great things come out of this winter with transit, with micro, just trying some things to see what's working. And I think this is our opportunity just to kind of peel those layers back and see what we want to do in preparation for next season.
Council, where are you? We need to move along here.
So, well, Caroline, is there an easy answer to that question of, you know, how many vans we have today? And if we could optimize our cost model and keep, you know, 95% of our service delivery up?
Yeah, give me a day or two and I can get that answer. I will also push on the other end to say, look, they might be interested in doing citywide, but you'd have to turn it around in a week to see how it goes. So I will investigate on both sides.
I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Caroline. So go ahead, Matt.
Well, I was just going to suggest we take a moment to clarify the direction for staff. We don't want to miss expectations. And so if we could do that, that'd be great.
And Caroline, can you send us the slides? Caroline, can you send us the slides that you showed us today? Thank you.
I just finished them like 3 minutes ago, which is why you didn't have them in advance, even though your staff was very clear that I was supposed to have them submitted to you last week. My fault. But yes, I will send those.
Thank you. That'd be helpful.
May I take a shot at summarizing? Just to,
Sure.
because this is intricate and Ryan and I have been in the details of this quite a bit, to be honest. So I think what we're saying is status quo while Caroline gets us some data on 2 different options. One would be keep the service areas as is and optimize our hours and drivers to meet the demand that we're seeing, building in some increase and whatnot. I mean, she does this for a living, pretty good at it. And the second option would be how quickly we could get to a citywide service and if it would make sense to then implement it for this season.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Becca, okay with that? Shanna, okay with that? Okay. Thanks, Caroline. We really appreciate you working with us.
Thank you, Caroline.
And thank you, staff.
Thank you for having me.
And Sarah, I would still like to have a further discussion at the retreat. Thank you. Okay, let's move along to the proposed water rate discussion. Hello, Clint.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We're here to talk about, let me make sure I'm muted. The proposed water rate structure. I have Eric Danitz here with me. You all know him. And we also have Brian Baker here with Zions Bank Public Finance. Brian and his team conducted a peer review just to make sure that what we're proposing isn't out of line with any kind of industry standard or acceptable method. Just kind of a quality control check from a very high level. So I'm sure he's happy to answer any questions if you have any. But we'll just move right along given the shortage of time.
Welcome, Brian. Thank you for working with us.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
All right. So again, just kind of going over the basics. The purpose of this proposed water rate structure is water conservation driven, really with a focus on high water users, which is typically outdoor irrigation. And again, kind of why we want to do this is stay within our available water supply. We don't want to have to go and drill more wells or, pipe water from other watersheds. And kind of some housekeeping measures, just make sure it's fair and equitable across customer classes, making sure that, if someone's consuming 10% of the water, they're paying 10% of the fee. And again, just a reminder for the council and the public that the water department is fully funded by water service fees and water impact fees. And we have a substantial budget that we need to maintain to make sure we ensure keep water flowing to the community and all of our customers. In addition to that, we have a pretty substantial debt load, about $9.5 million for the next about 19 years. And so we have coverage ratios and, cash reserves that we need to maintain. We're also needing a 10% revenue increase. And I don't say rate increase because with if we weren't proposing a new rate structure, it would just be a 10% rate increase. But since it's not a straight across the board rate increase. And that's primarily due to the high inflation rates over the last 3 years. It's not due to projects going over budget or Three Kings or anything like that. All those projects, the big projects that we issued the bonds for, on schedule and below budget. And so it's purely looking forward inflationary cost. Just a quick, two quick benchmarks. Salt Lake City Public Utilities water and sewer rates are going up by 15%. I think they're doing a series of those. Mountain Regional is doing 8 this year with 5 to 8% in their 3-year projection. Another key goal is to maintain about half of our revenue from base fees, just for revenue stability. That helps with, as customers conserve or we have a dry or wet year or economic conditions fluctuate, we have revenue stability. And then a cost-based fee structure. So again, that's if a customer class consumes 10% of the water, that customer class should pay 10% of the cost. That's simple. And then within those customer classes, a higher cost burden will be placed on the higher water users. And that's justifiable because that peak water demand really costs more to deliver. There's infrastructure we have built just to meet that peak summer demand. And that infrastructure requires maintenance and operation. And so the higher water use truly does bring a higher cost. This is just a quick illustration of, how we're charging more for higher water use. So the blue is the proposed revenue by month and the orange is existing. So you can just quickly with an eye scan, see that we're charging more in the summertime. And that's
attributable to that high outdoor irrigation load. And again, low water users will generally experience less of an increase and in a lot of cases a decrease. These are revenue by tiers. So the first 3 tiers are actually seeing a decrease in revenue from those lower consumption tiers. And then it increases the further you get out. So I won't go into these in too much detail other than to highlight the proposed base fee changes. And then just kind of the principle of, the cost-based balancing. So, these 2 columns show the percent revenue from existing rates. And then the far right column shows the percent water consumption for that particular class. So you can see multifamily was overpaying slightly. And under the proposed structure, they're consuming 18% of the water and they're paying 18% of their base fee. And so that you can look at that for every meter size within each meter class. But I'll just hit the highlights. So residential was overpaying by about 5%. We're bringing that more in line. And we're proposing a 0% base rate increase on multi and single family. Again, same concept here with commercial and irrigation, bringing their, consumption proportional with the revenue. In order to do that, across the board, 20% increase was required in commercial base rates. And you can see that brings their consumption almost in line with their revenue. They're still a little short on the revenue side. And then irrigation, kind of the same thing, just aligning the different size meters with their percent consumption. So we have a base fee and a consumption fee. So now this is a summary of the consumption fee. Same idea, the consumption's proportional to revenue. And you can see the different revenue increases for each of the different meter classes to achieve that revenue balance. So this is the same thing for irrigation and commercial. And then here's a summary of the total. So you can see the percent revenue increase. That's effectively the, kind of a aggregate rate increase for each customer class meter size. Commercial seeing a 24% increase as a customer class. Again, the lower users will experience a much smaller increase. And the higher users will experience a much higher increase. Irrigation 29%, multifamily 9%, and residential a 3% increase. And again, you can kind of see how they align with their consumption. Not going to go into this grid in a lot of detail unless there's questions about it. I think that the one thing I would highlight here is we designed this rate structure, the tiers around summer use. So we took August 2021, the highest month use for all our customer classes, and came up with the 25th, 50th, 75th, 95th percentile. And that's where we kind of created those tier breaks. And I had that shown on a graph, and it was way too many colors. It looked like a Christmas tree or something. So I wanted to highlight the 95th percentile user so you can see where the max user it's not the max, but very close to the max user fits within each of these rates. And I tried to generally either right at the 95th or right after put the highest cost tier at that point. So we're touching just those top end users in the highest month. There's existing change in consumption fee. So this, kind of green is lower or zero relative to, each customer class. So you can see there's either a 0% increase in consumption fee or a negative decrease. And the further you get along to the right, which means you're using more water in a month, you're starting to pay more and more compared to the existing. So this is the change in monthly consumption fee. And again, you can see residential, no change, commercial, multi, and irrigation are experiencing a decrease. And then eventually you get into those bigger users and they're seeing an increase and eventually a very big increase. Here's the total water bill.
So this includes base and consumption. The only thing that's excluded here is the pumping surcharge because that varies depending on elevation. And we just wanted to make sure we're looking at just this fee structure and not that plus elevation factored in there. So again, residential, a decrease in total bill up to 20,000. Commercial sees a decrease in consumption fees, but an increase in base. Again, just to align that revenue we generate from that customer class with their consumption. And multi, a decrease, and it varies on irrigation. There's a proposed monthly bill. So another concept we're introducing to council tonight is the idea of a customer, giving a customer flexibility to move between meter sizes without changing their physical meter size. So currently, the way the code is written, a customer is assigned a base rate and a consumption tier based on their physical meter size. If they can show that that meter is oversized due to fire flow, so like, you have a little house, but you have a bit, or maybe, you don't use much water, but you have a big fire suppression system. So you needed a 4-inch meter, but for that, you'd only need a 3/4 inch meter or something. Our code allows, if you can show that, you can move to a lower consumption fee and a lower base rate. But any other move requires a physical change out of the meter. And so with the addition of these tiers, especially in commercial, but all the tiers except non-single family, we're proposing the idea of enabling a customer to kind of self-select. Because, like a 3/4 inch meter commercial could use a ton of water, they're paying a lower base rate. All of a sudden we're adding tiers on there and they're getting really hit on that upper end. So rather than having physically change out the meter, they could kind of buy into a bigger meter and receive still a very large increase in their water bill for the high user, but less so than sustaining their meter class and without the burden of physically changing out their meter. So this graph shows the cost per 1,000 gallons of water in these different tiers. And the two examples I show here are a 4-inch meter that with low water use, that's the purple box, moving, so they're if they use 115,000 gallons, they're paying $33 per 1,000 gallons. If they could move into a 1.5 meter, they'd pay $16 per 1,000. So substantial savings. It's a low water user and their bill would actually go down significantly. On the right is the opposite. A high water user in a 1-inch meter rate it'd be more cost effective to move to a 2-inch meter. And so allowing that flexibility kind of mitigates the impact on the higher water users and kind of gives a benefit to the low water users with big meter rates. Meter sizes. So here's a list of example customer impacts for commercial. And again, I won't go through this line by line, kind of just hit the highlights here. The very top one is the highest water user. This customer is a hotel with 2 meters, a 2-inch and a 4-inch meter. In 2021, this connection used 29 million gallons and paid about $350,000. Under the proposed rate structure, that customer would pay almost $740,000. And again, this is before pumping surcharge. If they were to optimize the bill, in this case, they would move to 2 6-inch meters. Their new bill would be $510,000. So the difference between the existing rate and the proposed rate is 113%. If we allow them to self-select into a more optimal rate, it's a 47% rate increase.
But do they have to actually reduce any water consumption to move into that lower? That's just self-selecting into a different water meter, pretend water meter size.
Yes. Yes. Because by overlaying a new tier on, the old tier worked for 2 and a 4-inch because effectively there wasn't any tiers in commercial, but now all of a sudden we're laying, these tiers on and their meter size just doesn't fit in those tiers anymore. So they're still paying a lot. They still get into that top maximum $34 per 1,000 gallons. But it's just less of an impact on them. So you can kind of go down the list, you see the different impacts with the 3/4 inch meter, and then how optimizing helps these big users. Again, a Main Street restaurant, it sees 110% versus a 64% rate increase. And then if you move down to, like 3-inch, just to highlight this example, that 25th percentile office healthcare, that's an example of an oversized meter. And they could see a 53% reduction in their bill. And that's just they're still using a lot of water, but not enough to put themselves into a 3-inch. So here's for multifamily and single family and irrigation. And again, one thing I'll just point out with commercials being hit the hardest here for 2 reasons. They didn't have tiers before, and they were underpaying relative to their water consumption as a customer class. So they are by far getting the biggest impact. And the ones that are feeling that are kind of the top 5-ish users in each of these meter sizes. Multifamily are also getting hard, but not as much. And you can see the benefit to being able to optimize their meter rate as well. Single family, virtually no change from their existing bill on the 50th and below. And then an increase, once you reach, I'm not sure what percentile, but the top 1 in 5 is 13 to 15%. And, number 1 is almost 1.5 million gallons for the year. So this is the last slide. Happy to answer any questions. I have some policy questions that kind of will help council, I guess, walk through some of these decisions. So if it's okay, we can just kind of go through these one by one.
Sure.
So the first one is
Let me
there
stop you right there and see if council has any questions before we go into the policy questions. Anybody have anything they want to?
One on, I don't know which slide number it is, but change in consumption fee is the title. Can you,
There you
no,
go.
it's like, it looks like a Christmas tree.
Is that one?
No,
Hmm.
Christmas.
this
Oh,
one.
there we go.
Yes.
Um,
Yep.
Can you just really quickly talk through, like, if you're looking at commercial and you go from, and it says 11-20 to then 21-30, you go from 21% to 71%. Why is there such a big jump between 21 and 71 right there? Like for each commercial class? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So if you look at the existing consumption fee table, you can see this $9.76 pretty much across the board. And so as we overlay the new tiers here, that just represents, a change relative to that 967. So the fee was basically flat. And so we're just, stepping up. And so it's
I guess I was confused because then there, it doesn't start until 151-200. Like it says 967 all the way till you get to 1498 on that first line of commercial.
Here.
Yeah.
Yep, right there.
Yeah, that's why I was confused, is because it didn't seem to match to me. And I'm sure it does. I just don't understand.
I can double check, but I'm pretty sure it does. But yeah, it's just so relative to that 967, the first 2 tiers are negative 6%, and then, onwards up to 258% of relative to the 967. Hopefully that makes sense.
Becca?
Yeah, I think that this is so well thought out, and I know you guys have done so much work, and thank you so much for doing that. The only one that gives me a little bit of pause is the school one that sees a significant increase. And the more I look at it, I kind of understand it is a big water user. But then I wanted to make sure that also they aren't double hit with an irrigation fee, because they do have all those fields, and I wasn't sure if some of that water consumption was used in watering their is included in that total use and that 3 million gallons of water, or if they're also irrigating and that's going to be a second big hit
Yeah.
on our schools, and make sure that we're communicating well because that's a significant chunk. of our
This
schools.
particular connection has a major summer peak.
Uh-huh.
So there,
So like
I
they'd
think it
include
covers
fields.
irrigation.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
Yep.
And then I think, yeah, we have some shared use on some of those, so maybe there's an opportunity for us to.
Yeah, we can make sure there's no
Communicate with them.
conflicting issues with that agreement or we're not double hitting them as well. I don't think we're double,
Okay,
they don't have an irrigation in
they don't have an
addition to this
irrigation
one.
pitch. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I have a couple. The math on the residential accounts, those exclude the zero usage, right? Those are the average and 95th percentile of essentially occupied homes or mostly occupied homes, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's important.
Whoop, sorry.
And the other one, is that meter change concept reflected in the financial model? Or like if everyone exercises that, we're going to have a revenue problem?
So if everyone exercises that, we have a revenue problem. So that's one thing. So that's one of the policy questions, but I'll just hit it now. So the biggest, it's in red. The biggest, I'd say mainly the only con is the potential revenue upset to the fund. And I did some quick math and I estimate our exposure there is probably close to 2 million, maybe a little more. So that's 10% of the revenue of the fund could be at risk in the short term. So how I would propose it works is as customers move around on an annual basis, we redistribute the revenue compared to the water. So, you know, if commercial's consuming 33% of the water and everybody moves around and all of a sudden now they're only paying 28% of the revenue, we would adjust on an annual basis and bring that back up. So the shortfall would be experienced between the time they adjusted and we were able to adjust the revenue. Does that make sense? And just I can show you the numbers either now or in the future, but that does change the base rate distribution quite a bit. And mainly what I saw is the lower meter sizes stay about the same and the upper meters have to significantly increase, triple in some cases. You know, assuming everybody just optimizes, those bigger meters are now really just big consumers and the lower meters are the smaller consumers. So the base rate that's how it would be adjusted. That's how I would propose it to be adjusted.
Follow up on that. Like, I think the meter size selection is clever because I think that's also felt unfair for users who had a meter installed 30 years ago and no longer reflects their consumption. And I see the revenue, the potential revenue issue. Do we think our customer base is going to understand what this means conceptually? And I mean, this seems like a complicated concept for most customers to understand what we're giving them the option to do and how to select into the right meter size. Like, would we give them tools?
Yeah, excuse me. I think we can definitely, work with customers. It makes me nervous just kind of launching and I would want customers to self-select because, I would want to pick one and then they change the business type and all of a sudden they're using a different amount of water. But one thing I will point out that 85% of our customer base is single family residential. So it's really, and I would propose there's no meter changes there because there's only one tier, so there's different base rates because they do consume different water amounts of water, but there's only one tier. And so everyone would obviously just go the cheapest base rate. So we're talking about 15% of the connections. And of those 15%, I don't know, making up a number, some smaller number than 15% would actually, a lot of these meters are in their right meter class. And so it's only the ones that are misfits. And I think the way I would recommend just coming out of the gate with this is making sure the customers with the biggest rate increases
are contacted and, we work with those big users to say, hey, if you have this option, if you want to buy into a bigger meter rate, you're going to save some money.
Yeah, that's what I was envisioning too, being proactive. But then the more proactive we are to help people, the greater the revenue issue.
So, we could slow walk
Target
the other end of the
devices,
spectrum a little bit. The 4-inch that may only need a 1-inch. I don't know if there's any of those extreme examples, but you can see, 4-inch meters, $2,500 a month. Even if you go to 2-inch, that's a $24,000 a year hit in there. But again, to your point, the more I looked at this, the more that made sense to me. And I think given as long as council in the future is willing to, adjust those base rates to get the balance back, then, it's an acute problem and we can rebalance every year.
Clint, last year when I visited the Quinn's water treatment plant, I was talking with one of your staff and there was a supply chain issue with meters. Has that been resolved?
Not entirely. I think whenever my team they order in bulk and just they're stocking up and, we're not overbuying, but if you can get 100 3/4-inch meters, they're getting them and putting them on the shelf. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there's a problem there. I think we're managing it. There's a problem there, but we're managing it. It's not an issue for us.
So if we make this option available to people, we'll be able to supply them with a different size
so we
meter?
wouldn't actually physically change out their meter. We would just change it in the system and they'd keep their meter.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's good. Becca?
And so is there good coordination with our business licensing department or business or planning, building? Because then if a business does change from one type of business to another, in addition, and say the last business had self-selected into a very low water meter use because it was maybe retail and now a restaurant comes in, are we able to make sure that every time there's a business change, people are self-selecting back into the correct one? Or
that's a good point. Just to make sure that that's in some kind of disclosure that's an option and they should check. So we're kind of hammering on number 3 here. And along those lines, I would recommend like maybe a once every 3-year frequency so we don't have customers bouncing all over the place and destabilizing our revenue. So
Ryan, you've been very patient. Is there anything you'd like to add here?
I'm here in mostly a supporting role. So, our role was specifically to look at the mechanisms that they used and the procedure that they went through to evaluate all of the data that they've showed you, which, as you know, as you can only imagine, all of these complicated spreadsheets are backed up by dozens of more complicated spreadsheets per page. And so it was looking at the process, comparing it with other comparable entities in the state and out of the state, and those that we've worked with in designing water rate studies and things like that, where you're aligning goals, trying to balance. How do you balance base rate versus consumption fees? How do you balance a whole bunch of these different items? And we included a kind of a memo detailing the fact that you have a great public works department and they do a wonderful job. And this is reflected in all of the thought that goes into this. And so if you have questions about it, they have answers. And, as we continue to explore, there can be adjustments made and things like that. But the process and the thought that went into it is sound and consistent with what both national organizations would recommend and what we've seen in best practices throughout our work on water rates.
That's terrific news. Thank you. So let's look at the policy questions.
Okay. And one thing about Brian, he helped us through the $142 million of revenue bonds that we issued over 2 issuances. So
nice. Thank you for that.
We got to know Brian
very good
well.
timing. Everybody who was a part of that should pat themselves on the back and be glad that they aren't borrowing money right now for the same project.
Okay.
The rate would be double and the project would probably cost double also.
Yep.
So that you have others throughout the state who are grappling with things that you attacked a couple of years before, and you can be grateful for that.
Okay, so the first one is the recommended cost-based rate structure acceptable. So again, it's the, each customer class meter size will pay their proportional share relative to their water consumed. And then with the meter changing concept, that might require a 50% change in a meter rate in the future, not up, not down, probably up, to keep that balance. Otherwise, because the bottom line, we have to generate enough revenue to pay the debt, keep the water flowing. And so the money has to come from somewhere. And within that equity, the higher water users would pay more than the water users. Low water users. So that's the incentive we're placing on high water users to use less.
Council, is it acceptable? Ryan?
Yes. Yeah.
Becca?
Yes.
Tana?
Where I am is we just let commercial know this pretty much. We just reached out to restaurant association, lodging, business. I didn't realize until today when Becca mentioned schools are now involved. When we say commercial, we're not just talking about profit, we're also talking about nonprofit. Mm-hmm. And I just think maybe giving people a little more time to review this and get a little more input from those communities would be helpful. So
okay.
For me, I would just like to give them the opportunity more than 48 hours to come and review. And then maybe they have some solutions and some ideas as well. Or they can look at their own water use and say, I can reduce here or not. So as I've also mentioned to you, a lot of the businesses on Main Street have people who come in and are not necessarily buying anything, but are using the restrooms and are asking for water. And we don't necessarily have that capacity at every business to do this and then add on, double your water rate. So, maybe that's obviously a infrastructure question in the future, but I do want to give people the opportunity to have their say here.
That's a good point. And we haven't given a chance yet. And that this is a work session, so there won't be that opportunity today. But when it comes back, it'll be scheduled for a public hearing, as well as a chance for council to take action if they want to.
Yeah, and I think Tana speaks a lot to number two too. So I support the concept, but we got to talk about what mitigations do we take to not just whack people with increases.
And number 4 is, when do we implement this? So that, I think, just keep that in mind. We can address that there, and also keep in mind, it's really those extreme cases that are seeing the big increases, and particularly within commercial. So it's maybe the top 5 or up to maybe the top 6 or 7 that are seeing maybe above a 25% based on what I was looking at.
And I also had a few commercial businesses ask me if their business is in a building that has multiple types of retail, restaurant, and maybe even has public restrooms in there. How is that all being billed? And they didn't understand, and I certainly didn't. So I think there are some opportunities to explain that as well, since a lot of our buildings are shared.
Right.
Jeremy, do you want to weigh in on number 1?
Yeah. So my conditions around this whole concept was that we had programs where folks could fix the problem. And the problem is overconsumption of water, essentially. Right. So when we simplify this, what we're saying is if you use more water than your peers, which is specific to your rate class, type of account, meter size, right, that you pay more. And if you use less, you pay less. And it's parabolic, right?
Yes.
So from a behavior perspective, we did this for residential 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Yeah, we enhanced it maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and from an already existing tier. So it's been in place for some time.
So really, we're talking about applying that same concept to the other rate classes, because we never really did that with the other rate classes. So to bring them to parity.
Mm-hmm.
And then the commercial issue, the chart looks a bit different because there's sort of a second component that commercial was paying less than their consumption within the commercial class. So that bump is bringing those up a little bit more.
That's right.
So yeah, I mean, if you want to manage that soft meter change thing, then sure, I wouldn't do it, but I don't run the water department. I think it gets complicated. The cost-based structure, yes, as soon as possible. We have that landscape incentive program going in. Like you said, we can reach out to the top water consumption users and help them. Some of them may even just have, we talked about the other day, right? Old equipment, or they could have a leak they don't know about. I mean, this isn't necessarily always about major capital improvements. I'd say implement them as soon as we possibly can. Don't let this summer pass by without having this in place, which is hard for me as a utility person to say because it's like the worst time to implement rate increases on water, but it's been too long. We've got to get this, and it's a carrot and stick approach within the rates. And it's fair to the residential class to be consistent across our portfolio.
Right.
So you've got consensus pending public input at our next session on number 1.
Okay. And then should initial recommended cost increases received by ice water users be capped? I'm not saying we artificially lower it, but basically, is this rate structure acceptable, when the outcome is up to 80% rate increases, or do we want to modify the rate structure? So just to clarify what that question means. So I just wanted to make sure council is aware that there are a dozen or so connections, or maybe even a few more, that will get bigger rate increases and daylight that.
Ryan, do you want to weigh in on that anymore?
Yeah, I would like to phase in somehow the increases on, I don't know if you're phasing in the whole table, but phasing in these big increases, I feel like we have, because it takes time to make the investments that allow you to reduce your consumption. They don't happen overnight. And so it just seems fair to have it out, hanging out there, and give people a chance to make those investments.
And one thing I will say is phasing will be difficult and complicated.
I know.
Because we'll have to change. Customers will probably get confused if we keep changing, the entire tier structure.
I know. I didn't tell you I knew how to do it. Yeah, but something I just think we can't send out bills with 80% rate increases to handfuls of customers, or 40%. I mean, those, since it's not 80%, 35% sounds small, but 35% on a big bill is big. It's a lot of, I think we're talking about a lot. So I just think we have to mitigate that somehow.
Yeah. I'm not sure how you mitigate it and make it easier. Sorry, I jumped in. But I would say that I would, once we've figured out which direction we're going in, I think a lot of education, and especially with those that we know, because it's nice that you actually do know where some of the highest rate increases will be. And maybe we can fortify Michelle Downard, or our residential resident advocate, and have her ready to be activated and help and support on some of these changes as they come up. I will say the multifamily, I think some of the multifamily might be some of our more affordable units in town. So I do want to make sure that we can educate and provide opportunities to help them out and make sure that they're well aware, and that provide them some opportunities for potentially reducing their water usage. But I think if we can have a really good education campaign, and then have some maybe additional support on staff as we go through these changes, I think people just don't like feeling surprised. And I also don't think that people like feeling like they don't have someone to help them figure out how they can optimize. But if we can provide that, it might help.
I just have a clarifying question. So if you were to cap, you can cap and switch your meter size? I just saw you go, oh no.
Yeah, that's where phasing in or cap, it becomes difficult. But we can do it if council's I would want a number, like what percent not to exceed.
Okay.
because, we still need to make sure we're generating revenue. So basically we'd have to design again, it'd get confusing for customers, I think, because every year we would be changing kind of everything on them.
So we would need to choose between capped or meters, changing meter size.
No, I think, I don't, no, because, there's bills in here that'll go up by 100%. If
Yeah.
they can change a meter size, it's 50%. So I think the question would be, if they can change, is 50% okay? Or, do we want to modify the structure? And again, phasing, I think, is difficult. And if ultimately we're going to get to a point, I think we should just do it in one step. But, if we want to kind of permanently modify the structure to mitigate those increases.
I agree with Ryan, but I know you guys are saying that is just not what you want to do. Is there any way the next time you come back to us, though, that maybe we could understand? I would just like to understand what an account would look like if it changed meter size versus if it was capped. Maybe that would be something, and then you could show a comparison, and then I could say, okay, let's not phase, let's just do capping.
Well, I think it's kind of here, right? I mean, if you look at the top line commercial, if they can't change meter sizes, they're looking at 113% rate increase. If they can, it's a 47%. If council says, I don't want to see anything more than 25%, I would redo the rate structure and come back with that. And it'd be closer to what we have now, which is not a tiered rate structure, because I'd need to kind of raise the lower end and lower the upper end. And so we're just trending back to where we are currently.
I can't answer number two. I don't think
Yeah, go for it.
I had one other thought to add to the conversation about phasing, and it's a subtext to this deck that we're not presenting today. But in the past, Clinton and I studied users' historical behavior relative to rate increases. And one thing that we did see in those statistics is that when you do incremental, slower changes, you reduce the signal associated with consumption. So you don't actually achieve a decrease in consumption. Their behavior just evolves on a path that's relatively smooth. So as much as some of these percentage changes look dramatic, it's only when those dramatic changes have happened in the past that behavioral change also occurred.
Good point. Jeremy?
Yeah, this works, right? I mean, the whole issue is it doesn't work as well the second time. And that was the hang up on the residential being aggressively tiered again. But what you've presented really only hits the top 5% of residential, which seems appropriate, that we can look for some further improvements there. And we also, it's easy to forget most customers' bills will go down, at least from the consumption tiering. That, it's a good thing. It helps reward people who follow one of our goals around natural resources. So really, I'd say, kind of let it rip. And we've just got to get this out there. And I'd probably flip the lens on the capital improvement conversation. And rather than seeing a phased approach, because of all the reasons we've talked about, offer a program where if a customer commits to a capital improvement that is going to take more time and is reasonable, right? Like, we're not going to do it for 10 years. Like, we're talking a year or two, that we offer them a bill credit or something upon completion of that capital improvement or along the way, but then they get charged it if they don't complete it. I've seen that work other places very well. So I think that answers your question.
Okay.
So council, do you want to give Clint some more information you want him to bring back the next time we look at this?
A community outreach plan.
Yeah, just, what you're seeing is best practices of mitigation, as Jeremy mentioned. This helps people reduce their water, but if you own a commercial business, you are required to have a specific amount of water, people washing their hands, people washing dishes. There's so many things. Like, I can't just say, we're not going to wash dishes anymore because I don't want my rates to go up $1,000 a month. So like we got to play in there a little bit too, that this is also a health factor for a lot of restaurants and businesses who have to wash constantly. And I think COVID actually increased a lot of people's washing. And I don't think people have gone back, if that makes sense. So just being mindful of, I probably am one of the restaurants that has the lowest bill, but I could not go any lower, but I'm still going to get a huge raise. So that, like, if we can think of any other solutions, let's look at those.
So other mitigation efforts. Okay. Ryan?
Yep, mitigations. Jeremy's suggestion is great. I'm most worried about those customers getting whacked that are paying multifamily and irrigations and stuff Becca talked about. So mitigations can be things we talked about number 2. It can be credits to do things. We should just think about it as mitigations and talk about that.
Okay.
Context would probably help too, right? Because frankly, flushing toilets and washing your hands isn't going to do a lot in your water usage, even with a lot of customers. You know, it's like how we put the residential in context to say, well, interior usage is 5,000 to 8,000 gallons, sort of no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of that's all outdoor irrigation and overwatering grass or, you know, streams or waterfalls in your yard or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it would help the conversation. I think real impact data would help as well, like to show the effect, that chart you provided earlier around the effect on the monthly bill. And that makes it real for folks. Yeah. So highlighting just this one, because this is the one that matters to people, and putting usage in context, I think will help us get to a yes, because we've got to do this. It's standard in the industry. We're behind the curve. We've done it to residential. If anything, it's not fair to residential the longer we put off doing it to the other rate classes.
All right, let's move on to number 3. Should customers be allowed to self-select into the optimal meter rate as recommended? Jeremy, you want to start?
I think I already covered this. I mean,
yes.
I advise no, but I also wouldn't stop you.
So one thing I'll say to that, I appreciate your advice and I understand it because I'm a little nervous myself. But I think one thing that's very unique about Park City is our base rates are high for the big meters. And so, you know, there's a bigger differential between the differences. And so I guess I'm just justifying my recommendation.
No, it's fine. I think it's going to create a lot of management overhead, but we could try it. And if it doesn't work and it creates too much noise in the system, then we can always modify it next year.
Yeah. And we already allow it, like I say, that, you know, movement down if you can show your meter's oversized.
Okay. So, and that's just to confirm, that's just if they can show it's from a fire suppression system.
Currently. That's how the code is currently written.
And we would maintain that. You would have to show that the reason you have that high one is because of fire.
Well, I think we're opening the doors to just saying, what meter rate do you want to be in? And we can help them through that with, you know, calculators and historical data. So
I'll go back to, well, it's either this or cap it. I don't know. I'm just like sort of.
I think they're two different
confused
things. Yeah.
Becca?
I think if you think you can manage it, then give it a try. It's a great.
You guys are scaring me more.
No.
Ryan?
Michelle looks very confident behind you.
She's not going to manage.
Got this. We basically
Michelle
already
has her own
allow
challenges.
We already allow number 3. It's just that we make the customer go install an actual meter and do this pointless capital investment that they don't need to do. So just make it easy on them. The customers are sophisticated enough, will do it, and we can help out those who won't understand it. So I don't see a reason not to really. What I challenged Clint on when we had talked about this was, how can we just make this much more simple? Like, why can't we let's just get rid of the base charge? And Clint, you almost jumped over the table and strangled me. But to find a way to make this a lot more simple would be great. But in the meantime, I think that's.
And I'll tell you what I told Ryan. I thought that was a mental jump over the table, but maybe it was.
No, I wasn't actually scared, but
no. So if we had a big cash balance, you know, say 20, an entire year's worth of revenue, we could do that and we could suffer through years of, you know, low water use and low revenue and changes, but we don't. And we have a high debt burden. That will change in the future, you know, especially if we keep selling water under the surplus agreement, we'll build up those cash reserves. And, you know, you'd have that flexibility, you know, not raise rates anymore, raise them less, and I'm talking, you know, 6-7 years in the future, or, you know, start reducing your proportion of base rate revenue and increasing that signal even further. But right now we're kind of needing that stability.
Yeah, I get it.
Yep.
There is a real reason to why usually they require a physical meter change, right? It plays into the asset management and stress on the network, so to speak.
Yeah.
So you charge them less because you anticipate less of an impact that is controllable, right? When you do it as a soft change, you don't have that guarantee and they could always go back. Now that's why it's a management thing.
Yeah. And I'll say if someone goes from a 4 to a 2, and then all of a sudden they start using crazy amounts of water, they'll actually pay more.
Yeah.
Until they size back to a 4. Yeah. So they're getting a discount, but we're kind of bounding them into those lower brackets, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, are we on the last one?
We're on the last one.
When do you want to do it? I guess the options would be July 1. You know, that's the typical changeover in fee structures. Or, you know, if you wanted to say, hey, let's get past the summer peak and implement it in November, you know, again, it just starts to add confusion to customers, and because we still need that 10%. I would still recommend that 10% in the interim.
When are you coming back though?
I guess that'd be a question for council. It sounds like they want.
Probably not a good idea.
How soon can we get it on the agenda?
Well, I guess it depends what the item is, but what I was going to suggest is at minimum, it sounded like there was a desire for some additional public input. We could always just schedule a public hearing at the next regularly scheduled meeting, no staff presentation, but provide the opportunity for business owners, particularly in the commercial quadrant, to come in and provide their input or otherwise. And then, you know, provided you can answer the questions that have been asked this evening, the next time it's available, it sounds like it's an important initiative. We want to give as much heads up to the public as we possibly can so we can prioritize it.
Yeah. So I guess it'd be up to a vacancy on the agenda.
Okay.
The one thing to consider on that, you know, we might want to think about more of a town hall format that's outside of even an official meeting, if that's where we're going, because a lot of people are going to be confused about the impact, and they might come in here and scream about it for 3 minutes. And the answer is your bill's going down $200 a year. And they're like, oh, okay, bye. So having an interactive forum where the water folks can ease some of those concerns and put usage into context might be good.
Can I make a suggestion? Perhaps we can get you on the agenda for all of the lodging, restaurant, chamber, business in the month of March. They all have a board meeting, and that's probably the best place to do it. And then we can still have a public meeting about it, but that way we're giving all the information to the trade organizations in a presentation.
That's a good idea.
And we have developed a calculator where, you know, we could plug in last year's usage and show you what your current bill is and what it is under any of the meter sizes available.
So all those meet in March?
Yeah, but we're coming in, like, lodging is, I think, March 1st. I can give you the dates. I'm the liaison on all of them, so.
Yeah, or conversely, to Councilmember Tully's point, perhaps we could go with the open house here in council chambers. We can publish that, broadcast it, and we can make sure that the executive directors of those entities know they can share that information with their membership. So whether it's a Tuesday at 4 p.m. or 6 p.m. or whatever, we could work to have that open house idea. I mean, that interactive component would probably be nice for people.
Yeah, and we could have staff, you know, ready to just, hey, what's your account number or whatever your address. You don't need to come with your account number.
And perhaps you and I can
plug in there, Pat. We could just do an account review basically and say, here's what you're looking at.
Perhaps you and I can chat quickly because we do have some board meetings coming up at the end of February. So I could at least be able to provide a 3 or 4 minute synopsis at every single board meeting so they know.
Yeah.
Prospector's another one. Yeah, I think we got 5 or 6. So.
Anything, Ryan?
Yeah, just to me, number 4 is just part of the mitigation conversation. I think if we're not going to phase this in at all, I think July is too early. Otherwise, not. We should just do it.
Yeah, I do think sooner than later, but I wouldn't mind if we vote on it June, in the middle of June, and then not having it enacted until September or October. And then that way people have a little bit of time to do something, because voting on it in our budget discussion doesn't give people a lot of time to react to it.
I'd be worried about the double hit. If you're going to increase the rates twice in a year, I think it's better to pull the ripcord and do it and then have programs on the backside of it. But we can have that conversation later. I mean,
Okay, so kind of a town hall and then a public hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So Matt will work on that timeline.
We'll do the timing. Yeah.
Great.
Need anything else?
Nope.
Great. Thank you. I know
Appreciate your
you've done tremendous amount of work. It's kept you up at night. So thank you for that. Brian, thank you for coming in today.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
All right, council, we are running a little bit late. Let's go ahead and take your 15-minute break and keep it at 15 minutes, please.
Max.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start with the regular portion of this meeting. Thank you, Jasmine. It is February 16th. It is about 20 minutes to 6. I apologize that we're running just a bit late from our work session earlier today. For those of you that are joining us online, welcome. We are going to, at times when we take public input, we certainly will take it from you online as well. So if we start an item and you want to make a comment, please go ahead and put your hand up online. And then when we get to the public input portion, we will call on you as well. So we'll move, we have all council members present. So we'll move into communications and disclosures from council and staff. Council questions and comments. Ryan, you want to start?
Don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay. Becca?
Yeah, I'm good for tonight. Thank you so much.
Tana?
Only 2 small things. Just a reminder, this weekend is President's Weekend. A lot of the hotels are at their capacity. It's also the All-Star Weekend in Salt Lake. So it's just going to be a very, very peak weekend. So plan accordingly. And if you weren't already aware, tomorrow is Leadership 101, and that you can register still, I believe, on our website. And that is an all-day event.
Okay. Jeremy?
we had our Park City Fire District Administrative Control Board meeting earlier this month. Highlights: January calls were up 7 to 8% year over year. Just more proof we're getting busier. Fire station in Silver Lake's moving along. The Hotel Park City fire brief was given, and I think we'll be talking about some of that stuff maybe in a couple of weeks at our retreat, so I won't go into it. But big thank you out to that team. They did an amazing job, and looking forward to sharing more information with council soon.
Great. Max?
Nothing this week.
Well, it's been a busy week, but I have to thank Parley's Park Elementary for giving me the highlight of my week when they invited me to come and speak to the preschoolers, and I took a snowplow with me. And so we had all of the 4 and 5 year olds inside of the snowplow, and it was wonderful, wonderful. So again, thank you to Parley's Park for inviting me to visit. For those of you that have not looked at our packet yet, we have 3 staff communication reports. One is the monthly budget monitoring report and the sales tax report. We have another on the Gillig electric bus purchase update. And then a third communication on the land management code amendments that are prioritized by the Planning Commission for 2023. So if you're interested in looking at those, please go ahead and take a peek at our packet. We now move into the public input portion of our meeting. Do we want to roll the video?
We a comment on the communications?
Sure.
Real quick. So actually on two, on the first item, just want to highlight, this is the first report we've seen where the year over year numbers are down. You know, as we look at financial spends, something we should be conscious of. And the last one, I was going to ask if there's a timeline. So the report in item 3 on the land management code amendments, there's just no dates in there that I saw except for 2023. Do we know roughly, or can we get a revised report shortly that has some approximate dates on the different items in there?
Let's see, Rebecca. Okay. She could answer that, please.
The items that are scheduled through March are indicated in the staff communication. And then the planning commission, once the consultant is brought on, will review a schedule. But the RFP does issue a completion date of November 20th of this year to complete those amendments.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Rebecca. Gretchen, do you have anything you want to add?
No.
Okay. No, I was just here if there were further questions. All right, thanks. Okay, we'll move into the public input portion of the meeting. We have a little video. Oftentimes, if people haven't had an opportunity to make public comment before, it can be a little intimidating, it can be a little confusing. And so we're just going to run a really quick little video to help you make your public comments.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katrina, and I'm here today to talk to you about some things that you can do to make your public comment count here in City Council chambers. We're so excited that you are here at a council meeting to share your thoughts and opinions. That's why we're all here. We want to make Park City the best place possible, and we value your opinion. So there are 4 tips and tricks that I'd like to share with you to make you the most effective public commenter you can be. 1, please sign in. You'll sign in and then state your name and are allowed to make your public comment at that time. If you're online, make sure to just raise your hand, and once we call on you, state your name and get rolling. 2, stay on topic. 3, please be brief. The recommendation for a comment is 3 minutes or less. And number 4, be respectful. We expect these things in story time and here in council chambers too. Also, if you're at home or out of town on vacation and you'd like to tune in and make public comment, make sure to join us on Zoom. You can raise your hand and make public comment digitally there. If you'd like more information, please go to parkcity.org and click on the Public Meetings tab.
Welcome, Michael.
I'm a little bit less confused and intimidated.
I'm happy.
I want to bring your attention to some inequalities in our J1 and other guest worker programs. I was a guest worker myself at European resorts in my youth, so I have a special place in my heart for our guest workers. I've been helping a bunch of them from Brazil and Indonesia, Rwanda, and South Africa. Many of them work at Fresh Market. Fresh Market offered them $17 an hour plus discounts and benefits and housing. They're getting $14 an hour, no discounts, no housing. In addition, Fresh Market worked nearly them to death during the holidays and Sundance, and most recently cut their hours in half. So they were planning on a better income, and now they're in trouble again. Similarly, I've tried to do the right thing myself, and I rented a house to a local major hotel for 8 of their J1s who are staying for 2 years. But when I applied for a primary house exemption for long-term tenants for my property taxes, the county assessor, Stephanie Pohl, very nicely explained to me that they don't qualify as Utah residents because they don't have a Utah's driver's license, among other things. Therefore, I have to pay non-resident taxes on a house. In effect, the county and state laws are working to disincentivize property owners from providing housing for guest workers and kind of pushes us towards the nightly rental market. Also, every year, we kind of hear horror stories about J1s renting a house, paying cash, and either the house doesn't even exist or the actual owner never heard of the J1s. We hear this every year, scams. The result of all this is we get 12 J1s living in a one-bedroom unit, as was recently reported in the press. One possible solution to some of this is what European resort towns do. They have long required employers of guest workers to provide housing for the workers, end of story, period. And we might consider doing the same. I'm wondering, lastly, who I talk to, who and the guest workers to help us with this kind of stuff. Would the city consider paying the difference in primary and secondary taxes for landlords willing to rent to workforce housing? Just some thoughts I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any hands up online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. Hi, Aldi. Welcome.
There. Hi there. My name is Aldi Milliken. I'm the Executive Director of the Kimball Arts Center. I am here to reactivate citizen interest in the arts and to refresh new community members of how we got to this point. The original vision of then Mayor Jack Thomas and City Council began in 2017 to create spaces for two cultural stalwarts in Park City, the Kimball Arts Center and the Sundance Institute. The property at Kearns and Bonanza, one of the key gateways to our city, is ripe for locally initiated cultural growth. And we are asking this council to respect our 2017 LOI agreement. Kimball Arts Center has embraced this vision. We have paid down $567,000 towards our lease to purchase agreement, and we currently have the financial resources to pay towards our portion of the parcel. Given the complexities of building in our town, we stand committed to moving forward with this project as a positive community anchor. The pandemic is in the rearview mirror, and we have blossomed in the past year, meaning we are at capacity. And we are turning away people for our services. We are thriving with over 80,000 yearly art interactions and visitations in Park City and Summit County. We teach all art classes in 3 out of 4 of the Park City School District elementary schools. We are a dynamic resource for Park City high school students, and over 35 to 40% of all of our visitors come from 84060 zip code, meaning Park City investments in the Kimball Arts Center is good business and it stays local. We are almost 50 years old, and I worry about the sustainability of our future for the next 50 years. Our current rent is a short-term solution, despite having an empathetic landlord. Our building is not designed for 2,000-degree kilns, welding, printmaking, and all the other programs we provide. Our exhibition spaces need to be quality enough for a town such as ours, and they are currently not up to standard. I am not here to tell you just that investments in culture pay for themselves. We've had those discussions. I'm here to remind all of us of our commitment to arts and culture and to advocate for the long-term health and wellness of our town. The Kimball Arts Center needs a home, and we, myself and the Kimball Board of Directors, are ready to work together with our community, our mayor, the council, to make this happen. In the future, we will need your vote and your commitment to complete the sale of the property. An art center is a place where residents will want to work, live, create, and play that is inviting, unique, and culturally relevant during the day and night year-round. We ask you and the community to help us secure a home for art in Park City. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Bob, come on up.
Bob Theobald, I've been in Park City since '69.
Can I ask you to pull the microphone a little closer so we can hear you better? Thank
Since
you.
'69, I've seen a lot of growth, and I would like to commend the council for all of their efforts on these major problems that you're facing. You are underappreciated, I must say. Last time I was in front of this council, I think was in October 28th of 2021, when I was arguing about a pickleball court. And That has come to pass, and it went through, part of it went through Board of Adjustments, and the issue was determined there. But I'm here again, and I'm here with two reports. And I don't really want to be here, but I feel that I've been patient for a long time, 2 years on one issue, and about 4 or 5 months on another issue, and just don't feel that it's being approached properly. So anyway, the first report is called Public Officials, Facts, Concerns, and Questions Relating to the Perceived Entitlements They Have, Authority, Compliance with Laws and Protocols. In conjunction with the remodel permit, today is the first anniversary of the inspection of Planning Commissioner Hall's foundation for a pool. The quote, "Pool is done to plans." You might ask, well, what's the problem? Well, the problem is the pool is a recreation facility which requires a CUP permit. Commissioner Hall failed to apply for a CUP. The planning director failed to demand a CUP. Why a CUP was not required is a primary question that no one can answer. On 12/9/22, 5 weeks ago or whatever it is, 4 citizens filed a complaint for this violation as well as many others regarding that particular project. Today is exactly 1 week shy of the first anniversary, 2023, to 23/22, where Planning Commission was debating to change the definition of a recreation facility to include pickleball courts. Commissioner Hall, off topic, argued to delete pools and spas from the definition. Neither Commissioner Hall nor Director Milliken disclosed to the commission that the material fact that Commissioner Hall was actively constructing a pool without a CUP. There's a direct connection between the issues described in the first report, there's many more in that report, and the additional failures cited in the second report, attributable to the planning and building departments, specifically the director and the chief building official. The second report is entitled Planning and Building Process Violations, Decision-Making, Diligence, Circumventing the LMC, and Fabricating Code Provisions. In connection with the Councilor Rubel's case-by-case concerns expressed in council meetings last December 15th, my report cites 7 different occasions where the planning department exhibited, I've got about 50 seconds.
That's great. Just wind up, please. Go ahead.
Where the planning department exhibited one or more of the actions in the report title. These incidents are documented in case studies. I believe the facts of this report clearly indicate that the planning department may not be totally broken, but is cracking. And as Councilor Rubel suggests, it requires a thorough investigation and a fix if necessary. I submit this report with a constructive intent and hope you review them with an open mind.
Thank you.
I can submit these hard copy or I can send them to you. Would you like me to send them to the clerk? At least one copy, and I'll send everybody else hard or electronic copy. What's your preference?
Michelle, do you want to add it to the minutes?
I'll just give you one hard copy and then distribute the rest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Do we have any hands up online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Heather Peteroy. I have been here since 2021, so a newcomer to Park City. My husband and I and our 2 small children moved here and have been loving it so far. But it was a hard sell for me to move here because we were coming from Seattle, which was a lot of culture and a lot of wonderful, great outdoor activities. But I'm not a skier and I'm not a snowboarder, and I can barely lace up my hiking boots and get out a few times a year. So when my husband wanted to move to Bozeman, Montana, I said no. But then when he said, well, what about Park City? I thought, well, they have Sundance and they have the Kimball Arts Festival and there's cool experiences that we've had out there. That sounds great. So we had done our research in 2020. I had come across the Cultural and Arts District plan and I got really excited. And then we moved here and I waited for news and I waited for news as COVID opened back up and I wasn't seeing anything. So I decided to get more involved and join Aldi at the board. And I think one of the things that gets so overshadowed by all of the beauty and nature that we have here in Park City and how many fun outdoor activities there are is that there are also people who live here who aren't skiers and they maybe don't want to do an ultra marathon. And so I just want to tell you how important it is both for newcomers and for people who I talk to and have connected with since moving here, just how important it is to really round out that community pie that we've built and make sure that the arts and culture portion of that pie doesn't get lost in all of the other big natural beauty and fun outdoor activities. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Seattle's my hometown, so you're my friend. There we go. Any other public input? No, with that, we'll close. Anything online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public input section. Move on to consideration of minutes from January 12th, 24th, and then the joint city council and county council meeting minutes from January 24th, 2023. Any questions, comments, or a motion?
Your Honor, I move we approve meeting minutes from January 12th, 24th, and the joint city council meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Moving along then to the consent agenda. Anyone have any comments or a motion?
Move to approve the consent agenda, Your Honor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We have 4 council members voted aye. Councilmember Rubel voted nay. Thank you. All right, moving on to new business. Consideration to approve a new letter of consent for the interlocal agreement with Snyderville Basin Recreation District that outlines the operation and funding of the Park City Ice Arena.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Amanda Angevin. I am the general manager of the Park City Ice Arena, and I'm here tonight for your consideration in approving a new letter of consent for the 2004 interlocal agreement that outlines the funding and operation of the ice arena with the Snyderville Basin Special Recreation District. To provide a very brief background, the ice arena was built jointly by the 2 entities, each contributing an initial $2 million for the development and construction of the building. And while the city owns and operates the building, the interlocal agreement outlines that the basin will contribute a minimum of $50,000 annually. The interlocal agreement also outlines that the parties will review this agreement every 3 years. And the most recent letter of consent was signed at the end of 2018. And we've been working since the fall of 2021 on the current review. At the beginning of this review, the city estimated future repairs and replacements and determined a funding gap in this account that could most efficiently be filled with a one-time cash infusion of $550,000. That was for some large capital replacements that we anticipate in the next couple of years, and an ongoing increase from $100,000 combined from the entities annually to $132,000 annually. And it was proposed that the city and basin would each equally share in meeting this need and making a one-time payment of $275,000 and increasing each entity's annual contribution from $50,000 to $66,000 annually. And the city began doing this, honored this request as of fiscal year 2022. Initially, the basin didn't support the increase and reaffirmed their commitment as outlined in the 2004 interlocal agreement with the $50,000 annual payment. Following our annual update to City Council in September, in December, the Basin Board provided the proposed drafted letter of consent that you have in Exhibit A with the staff report. And they are supporting the increase to $66,000 annually and not the one-time lump sum amount. I'm here tonight recommending the approval of the proposed letter with the increase to $66,000. while I realize they're not supportive of the annual amount at this time, I do think it's in our best interest to accept the increased annual payment. At this time, if you have any questions or concerns, I'm happy to answer that.
Thanks. Council, do you have any questions?
Actually, just one, when I was looking at this, I noticed that there isn't any noticing stuff on it.
I just noticed that too. We haven't been noticed for public hearing or action on this one, Margaret.
Well, I think it's an oversight. So I think council could certainly go ahead. Neither of these legally require a public hearing.
Okay.
So of course you can always open it up for public input, as you all do sometimes during work session, for example. Because they're not noticed for action, we should maybe ask if there's any detrimental impacts by delaying action, so that they can be ratified at a later date.
Right. Any other questions? Amanda, would there be a problem to delay this item? A vote on this item?
No.
Okay.
Can I ask one other, sorry.
Go ahead.
When is that study coming back, that whole asset study thing?
So we are working on finalizing the contract language with the preferred vendor. And then we're ready to run with it, but we don't have a timeline for the start date until we have signatures on that agreement.
Do we know roughly, like, is it in the next 6 months, 2 years?
I hope it's in the next 6 months.
Okay, thanks.
I had a question on the sort of termination, I guess, this provision to renegotiate so that either party has the right to request renegotiation of this agreement at any time. I mean, I guess we always have that right in any contract to request renegotiation. Was our intent to have some type of single party cancellation that we didn't get, or just seems we sort of lock ourselves in for 3 years when we're getting this study back in 6 months about the condition of the arena? I'm talking about the last paragraph, if you're.
Yeah, so I think the last paragraph was actually, we began it in the 2018 letter of consent, or maybe even earlier, as we were talking about the potential of expanding the facility. We wanted to just make sure it was on the front of everyone's mind that if we were looking at expanding or talking more, that, hey, we might revisit this off of the 3-year schedule because we might be requesting more money sooner. And we've just left that in since. I think in this case, because the study is coming back, it kind of leaves on the table, yes, we might like to discuss an increase sooner than the next 3 years.
But absent agreement in a discussion, do the members of the district board or the district retain the right to use the ice arena for 3 years in exchange for this contribution of $66,000 a year? We can't. Is it use and contribution?
The use is actually, I believe, legally tied to the 2004 interlocal agreement and the joint use agreement themselves, not the letter of consent.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. I'm going to go ahead and open some public comment on this. If you're listening online, welcome. And we'd like you to go ahead and raise your hand now. Is there anyone here that would like to make a comment on the ice arena? Okay, we'll close. Any hands up online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public input. Council comments?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused about the 275. You know, I get they said no, and this study is supposed to outline really our capital needs. So what's the plan here? I mean, is it get the study back, then talk about this again?
Yeah, so the cost estimates that were that are in our current schedule were last updated in, I believe it was 2017, in a facility condition assessment that was really focused on a lot of energy initiatives. So we want to make sure we're encompassing everything in the building and the building's infrastructure as well in this study and refine these numbers. And obviously, inflation, the world has changed dramatically since that time. So getting some more accurate numbers, and then we'll be able to look at, do we want to ask them for additional money or not? But we'll know what a more accurate funding level is needed in this account.
So does accepting this preclude us in any way? I mean, if they come back and say, no, we're not going to split the capital cost with you. And then we say, well, only 20-30% of the users are from the city. Why should we subsidize all of that? Maybe we look at increasing use fees, or maybe we look at other financial arrangements, or they're going to do some other project and we feel that offsets it. But does this put us in a box to say, like, until 2025, we can't pull any of those other levers because it ties us to the interlocal agreement that requires all these other conditions?
I don't think so. I believe the 2004 interlocal agreement and the joint use agreements that we have are really what's the foundation of that agreement, that we will have no price differentiation between basin residents and city residents. This, I think, is just simply, are we going to take an additional money now while it's on the table or not?
And doesn't preclude us from asking 6 months from now for the 275 again, and then taking an action if we feel it's appropriate if they say no.
I believe so. It certainly doesn't preclude us from asking at any time. I don't know about the taking action portion based on the language in those other agreements.
Okay.
Is the funding retroactive for 2022 just because it says for funds for the period 2022 to 2025? So we get 66 for 2022?
No.
Oh, okay. You might want to change it to 23 to 25 then.
Other comments?
Yeah, my questions are along the lines of Jeremy's, where I'm a little confused about what drives our obligations as far as fees and each party's rights to use the facility versus the funding mechanism here. And I'm a little worried about tying our hands, and if in 6 months we're going to get a study about those capital costs and what actions we can take. So I guess at a minimum, I think it's, there's probably a lot of input that we get, or it could be a lot of input with public notice. And so I'd probably want to at least continue it to get the public input.
Would there be anything detrimental if this was postponed until the study came back?
I don't believe so. The last payment that they pay at the end of their fiscal year was $50,000. So I don't anticipate the next payment to come until the end of their fiscal year, which would be November, December.
Okay. And just to clarify, you've done one of these condition assessments. You did one in 2017, and that was when you asked for the additional 275.
Correct. Those are based on the
it's
old number.
5 years later, and they still haven't paid it. And so we're just going to do another assessment. And
we need to do the assessment for our internal understanding and planning, whether or not they're contributing additional money or not.
Is it reasonable to assume, I think it's reasonable to assume that it won't really matter how many times we ask. So I'm fine continuing the item because it's not pressing, it's not scheduled for action because we had a little oversight there. So it seems like we're able to have this conversation in depth over the course of a little bit longer period of time. But to put a little color on it, let's not kind of anticipate that there's going to be a different answer. I think that we've kind of been beating this one around for a while, and I just don't think we should expect that answer to change. So if we have a problem or whatever the assessment comes back with, we're likely going to need to get that into our conversations about budget, and then we can have a deeper discussion about recreation holistically and how we work together with our regional partners. We've been sort of teasing that out for a while. It's probably worthwhile to go a little deeper on that, especially as we have a larger recreation conversation over the next 8 months.
So would you like to make a motion?
There's no motion here.
to continue.
Oh, to continue? Do we need to? That's an action, isn't it?
Okay.
I don't think you need to take any action, given where we are, but I think you could say the intent is to return with a consent agenda on your March 2nd retreat agenda for these two items, unless you don't want them on a consent agenda, but.
Well, I would probably defer it later would be my preference. Because if that study, I mean, the only thing is if it comes back and says like, we need $2 million of capital improvements, and to Max's point, the answer is still no. I think we have a different conversation than, you know, should we cover the 275 to some degree. So if we can wait, I mean, I'll make a motion, I'll move to continue the item to a date uncertain at this point.
You don't need to make a motion, you just consensus.
Oh.
It's just like when there are old
Take back
business
my
items that you aren't taking action on. Sometimes it'll say public input, but it won't be listed for action. And you all just sort of give direction. So, like a thumb.
So 6 months after the study comes back? Sound good?
Yeah, for now.
Thank you, Amanda. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Moving right along, new old business item number 2, consideration to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with MKSK in a form approved by the city attorney for consultants services for a feasibility study for the community property at Bonanza and Kearns and for a small area plan for the Bonanza Snow Creek neighborhood in an amount not to exceed $389,100. And this item as well was not noticed for public input or for action tonight.
But of course, you could take public input like you did on the last one, if you choose to.
Hi.
Hi there.
Jen McGrath, Deputy City Manager. Feeling really excited that my presentation's up on the screen. I've been here 7 months, but this is my first time doing this. So
all right.
I just want you guys to get excited. Okay.
There you go.
I know we're here tonight to seek your approval on contract services, but I know that's not exactly what's going to happen tonight, but I'm going to go ahead and go through my presentation anyway. And hopefully we'll have a nice chat after. So just as a refresher, in late 2022, we issued 2 requests for proposals for planning studies in the city, one for a city-owned piece of property, Bonanza and Kearns, and another for a small area plan in the same neighborhood in Bonanza. We received several quality proposals from consultant teams around the country. We actually asked in the RFP if teams would consider proposing for both studies. We were thrilled to see that most teams took us up on that offer. We received submittals, proposals from 10 firms, and 8 of those were proposals for both. So you can see the names of the external selection committee members on the screen. It was critically important for us to include really early on in this process members of our community. We really appreciated their willingness to take part in the process, to give us thoughtful and critical review and feedback, and to help us make a determination about the right team to do this work for us. And the committee was definitely very focused on selecting the team or teams that would be best suited to this work. But we also took into consideration the potential benefits of having one team oversee both efforts. There was a lot of conversation and consensus around the idea that if we were able to select one team to lead both planning efforts, we'd likely gain some economies of scale and create some efficiencies across both of those efforts. I also just want to say that the committee members were particularly impressed with this team's technical expertise, with the previous work product that we saw from them, with their emphasis on really meaningful and community engagement. It's a critical component for us. And with the evaluation capabilities that they bring to the table, specifically tied to financial tools and market realities. So this is the team that we selected. MKSK, and I think we have a couple representatives from MKSK with us virtually tonight. Andy Knight and Luis Calvo, I think are online with us in case there are any questions for them. But MKSK is, they are leading this effort. They are a planning, urban design, and landscape architecture practice, and they have a network of 12 studios. They have partnered with development strategies and two familiar consultancy firms to us here in Park City, Future IQ and Fair and Peers. Future IQ will provide an analytical approach to collecting and assessing quality community engagement through the public outreach process. Fair and Peers will be supplementing MKSK with regard to the transportation and mobility concepts. And development strategies will keep the process grounded in financial reality through economic and market analysis. The committee believes that the MKSK team is both strategic and experienced and brings together an exciting combination of new ideas and perspectives with local knowledge. By knitting together the local experience with the outside expertise, the committee believes that this team can propel the community forward with exciting, viable, and achievable plans. So this that you see before you is really just a basic outline of the broad tasks within the scope. You have the details associated with each of these tasks in your packet. But what I really want to emphasize here tonight is that the work we are doing is meant to be both inclusive and complementary. What I mean by that is that when we are looking at the potential of the city-owned property and when we're looking at the potential of this neighborhood, we're looking at those both in the context of the neighborhood itself and the parcel itself, but also in the context of the broader city. And we want to make sure that we are leveraging and complementing our existing assets. And if you'll indulge me for just a minute, I want to give you an example. So I really believe that when people think about Park City, when they picture Park City in their mind, they think about Main Street. Main Street is iconic. It's an incredible asset to this community. So when we're doing planning work in other parts of the city, I think it goes without saying, even though I'm saying it, that we're thinking about that work in the context of assets like Main Street, making sure, again, that we're being complementary versus being competitive. And I just think that's a really important point to get across tonight, because it seems that these are really focused in certain areas of the city, but I just want to make it clear that we are thinking about the city as a whole, even though we're looking very specifically at two very particular areas. I also wanted to highlight, I know there have been previous conversations in other council meetings about the Rocky Mountain Power Substation. And I just want to let you all know that we will be taking a planning level look and review of that, and we'll be determining a strategy for that substation as part of this process. So finally, at the mayor's direction, an outreach effort to solicit applications for an advisory committee is ready to launch. Thanks in large part to Michelle Downard and Clayton Scribner, we have an announcement written. We have an online application ready to go. We even have a PSA recorded. We had actually originally planned to get that process started prior to coming tonight, but in an effort to not get out ahead of council, we made those things ready, and in the hopes that we could get a nod from you tonight to potentially move forward with that piece immediately, and we can talk about that maybe in a minute. Specifically, since I've got the mic, we're looking for community members who are interested in this work, but also we're looking for people with specific expertise and experience, particularly in things like planning, transportation, financing, the arts, development. And the reason that I mention those things is because these are things we're going to be looking at as part of the work that we're going to be doing. And so having that expertise within our community, we think is vitally important. The consultant team, of course, is going to support the city's desire to do this. They already had advisory committees as part of their plan. And they will definitely be leading these groups in the focus conversations to gain the insights that we hope to get from these groups. And rest assured, our comms team is utilizing all of the channels that they have to promote this opportunity for our community. And with that, I will take any of your questions.
It's exciting. Thank you. Council, what questions do you have?
Got a few. Are the partners paying for any part of the arts and culture feasibility study, or is this all on the city to pay for?
The city is covering the cost of this effort.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about who was on the selection committee from city staff?
Yeah, absolutely. And somebody poke me from behind if I've forgotten someone. Kirsten Darrington was part of the process. She's a non-voting member, but was extremely helpful to us in terms of the procurement process and the contracting piece. I sat on the committee, Eric Danitz, Rebecca Ward, Julia Collins. I think I've got everybody. Did I miss anyone? I think I've got them all.
So the arts and culture piece is 219,000, it looked like?
Correct.
And when we talked about this back in the retreat, the conversation was around, first we've got to answer the question, I think Max said it well, do we even want this, right? Does the community even want an arts and culture district? So my first reaction when I saw that was, well, how do these timelines play together? And I'm not really sure from the material I quite understood, because it looked like the yes or no came in almost month like 9 or 10. And can you clarify that a bit?
Happy to clarify. I think you can already see that we're even starting to adjust our language as we're referring to the city-owned parcel. We haven't made a final decision on that yet, but we wanted people to understand the parcel that we were talking about, but also make it clear that no decision has been made about what is going to be the future of that parcel. And that this process is what we need to go through in order to get that answer. So we will be engaging with the community early on, specifically to understand what the community wants. We will then take that information through the planning process, regardless of what it is. So for example, this is completely hypothetical. If the community tells us they don't actually want a cultural district, but they're super interested in a mixed use development, or they want us to focus on a housing project, or they want a park. In any of those cases, we still need to go through the rest of our planning process to understand what is the right land use, what are the densities, what are the appropriate transportation solutions, how do we, implement the right parking strategies, what are the funding strategies to propel us forward? And so being true to that process and engaging with the community is key to having a successful outcome, regardless of what that outcome is. Does that answer your question?
Not really. So I guess the question is, how do we proceed with the small area plan before we answer the yes or no? And I could buy the story that we're going to answer it in the first couple months or maybe 3 months. But when I looked at the timelines, it looked like that yes or no comes in month 9 or 10. So how do we, and the other project's done a month later, how does that all line up?
Again, if there was something in how we've outlined the scope of work that is confusing, I just want you to know that I have conferred with MKSK. They're on the line. They can confirm this. The outreach to the community and understanding what the community wants is something that is happening early on. It's part of why we're hoping to start, bringing in the community for the advisory committees early. We'd like to have those people on board and ready to go first thing, kick off, and then community engagement. So that is going to happen upfront.
So maybe we can ask the folks on the line, like at what point in this duration do they feel like they're going to get to that answer so we could proceed with the small area plan?
I'm happy to let them jump in at any moment.
Can we promote them, please?
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, hi guys. I don't know if it's Andy or Luis wants to jump in here first.
Yes. Hey, everybody. Andy Knight with MKSK. I'm glad to be here tonight. I'm going to have Luis, the project manager on the team, kind of talk about the process and the timeline.
Yeah. So first of all, good evening. It's very nice to meet you all. My name is Luis Calvo. I'm an urban planner with MKSK. I'll be the project manager on the consultant side. I would like to echo Jennifer's comments on the engagement process and what an iterative process it is. The Arts and District feasibility study is a 3-phase process, and each of the 3 phases, there will be a robust community engagement effort within it. So each phase will include a community open house and a check-in with you all, with council, to validate and to confirm what we heard at the community meeting. So following our ability to talk to the community, listen to what they have to say about an arts and district and arts and culture district, and also about the neighborhood itself, we plan and scoped out to come back to you all to share those results and to make sure that you all confirm our path forward. Now, as far as the comment on task on the 9th months, I would say that the first few months of the process, especially the first 3 months of the first phase, really established the direction for the remainder of the process. It's really how we established our scope. And I believe that toward the end of the process is when we start looking at concepts. So it's the concept feasibility stage that happens more in the 9th month. And that's where we look at the different options that could occur on the site, but they're really shaped on what we learned, one, from the community through the 2 public meetings prior to that, and then from our market analysis and strategy. But I'm happy to clarify anything else on that. I would just like to echo that, we've planned and scoped to come back to you all to make sure that our process is something that resonates with the community.
Okay. Maybe I'm saying it. I guess, what month of the process will we know if the community wants an arts and culture district or not? I think that's what it really comes down to.
So I would say that our community visioning workshop will occur in the 3rd month. That workshop will be an opportunity for people to really come together and have a discussion on these types of things, right? Prior to that, we'll have engaged stakeholders through a project stakeholder roundtable that occurs at about the 2nd month. I would say that following that first phase of engagement in the 4th month, we'll be able to come back to you all and have a conversation on what the community told us. And that's when we would get direction on what the community would like.
Okay, so we'll assume month 4, and then, yeah, all right. And based on that, you feel comfortable that if, say, the answer comes back, no, we don't, that we can use the rest of that contract to deliver and give concept designs to whatever it is that came out of those first 4 months of work? Is that the plan?
Yeah, that is the plan. And I think that, like Jennifer said, just because, if there's not a support or an emphasis on arts and culture district, there might be for other components that are within already kind of established in the scope. But if it's something like a park, then I think, we're very flexible as a team to really respond to that community desire and need. And I'll let Andy echo that or add anything to that.
Yeah, we will know pretty quickly within the first few months what the appetite is for the arts and culture district. That's what was advertised in the RFP. If the feedback that we get is counter to that or different than that, it's almost like a feasibility study for that site. We'll start to address what kind of market conditions and strategies might work for that area, and then we'll begin testing those ideas with the community and subsequent engagement opportunities.
And I would just add to that when we come into the first public meeting, we'll have done some case study research on arts and culture districts around the country, and we'll be showing some images of what that means to the community we really want the community to have an understanding of what we mean by arts and culture district for the remainder of the process, and make sure that that conversation is productive in that way. So there's no misinterpretation of what an arts and culture district is. Certainly that's something that will be developed through this process, but there's also something that we want to make sure we have an ability to have a good conversation with the community.
Okay, thanks. That answers it. Appreciate it. Just a couple more. And I won't go too deep into the scope because it sounds like the scope was sort of directional based on these first few months. So like if we need retail, that'll come out of that first few months and then we'll worry about it. So we won't focus on that. Could you talk a bit about your resort town experience from the firm?
Yes, sure. And we've got a large team, by the way, that also involves development strategies that we work with quite a bit. So us combined with development strategies have quite a large portfolio of doing resort town projects. Currently, right now, we're actually doing the master plan for the island of Hilton Head, and also some of the inland areas as well. But the town of Hilton Head, there are several areas within that we've got some sub studies that we're doing as well. So there's a flux of people, both workforce and tourists that come in and out of the Hilton Head Island. So they're seeing some growth problems and some strategy problems as well. So we're working with that right now. We've also worked on quite a few entertainment districts. Those areas that do see that flux of people moving in and out of as well. Tulsa Arena District is one that we just currently worked on. Chattanooga, the downtown as well. Luis, if there are any others that maybe we highlighted in our proposal, we might want to mention.
Yeah, I would highlight Andy, the Arena District in Columbus, Ohio. It's a district that we master planned that's based around a sporting event arena and then a baseball arena. It's also very much entertainment focused, but mixed use in character and intent. And it functions very well as an interconnected neighborhood with the downtown.
Okay, thanks. Last one for you, which might be more for you, Jen. So if we embark on this, what's our outlook on other projects that are in the area plan area? We know of a few that we've talked about. Are we proceeding with those? Are we stopping everything in the area while we plan the area? Are we going to be getting even more new stuff while this exercise is undertaken that affects that area? You know what I'm asking?
Are you talking about like Snow Creek Tunnel, Homestake?
Yeah, the road. Recycle Utah's over there. I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
I think the answer to that is as complicated as the question. And I think the answer is it depends. So on the Snow Creek Tunnel, we talked about this at a previous meeting. There's been extensive work done to try to evaluate where that tunnel will work, where it's feasible technically. And we have eliminated many potential options, including options to the east. So from our perspective, we feel very comfortable with where we are on that in terms of being able to say, we don't feel like there's anything that would come out of this planning work that would fundamentally change the direction that we're going to go with that project. And knowing that and the years of work that has been done on that, we will then incorporate that work into the work that we're doing. I think the same is true for Homestake. Projects that are really far along in the process that have had years worth of work. And we will make sure that we're incorporating that into the work that we do. Everything we do as a city is iterative, right? Like it's constantly churning. We're constantly bringing on new things and working through that. I can't think of anything at the moment, but I think if we did have something that was in early stages, we might pump the brakes depending on what it was and what the impact might be. Again, I don't have anything that comes to my mind, but on efforts where we're pretty far down the line and we don't think that there's a material impact to moving forward, we're going to continue to move forward and incorporate that information into the planning work.
And there's no concern about planning applications coming in during this study that we have to process and, in the area?
I mean, I don't have any concerns. Yeah, I just don't have any concerns about that. The work of the city goes on. And my hope is that people are as excited about the work we're about to embark on here as we are. And I suspect we might have people who say, we're going to engage in this process, and at least for the beginning, to see what direction we go. Maybe if somebody was getting ready to pull the trigger on something, maybe they'll pause for a minute. But as you know, things don't move super quickly in government. And so if we get an application tomorrow, we'll run that through the same process it would run through regardless. And this is not the beginning of our planning efforts here in this city. As you know, probably soon after we get underway on this effort, we'll be launching our general plan update process as well. So we got to just keep the wheels turning.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. Next.
I might be treading on some previously treaded ground here. I guess I'm a little bit curious. We had public comment tonight about Kimball Arts Center and Sundance, and we have an LOI with them, and that's clearly a big part of this small area plan. Are we basically saying pause on any forward momentum on either of those parcels until the plan is done, or is there a possibility of something happening there in the interim that could benefit the process in some way, right? I think of it like a lot of master plan developments have a pseudo anchor tenant, right? And that person that's willing to come through the front door and be like, we'll be here first, and everything comes after that. Is there any chance of that, or are we just saying to everybody like, whoa, we don't know how that's going to impact? Because that was part of our conversation with the tunnel, and there's so much history with the tunnel. There's not a lot of history with the rest of it, other than these 2017 LOIs or something like that. But I don't know. It seems like there's a ton of uncertainty for those two organizations, and I'm wondering how we can maintain positive relationships, give them some certainty or not, certainty to move on or certainty to come in. I don't really know what the answer is, but how does that play with this in the short term?
I think it's a really good and fair question. I'm not going to speak to the LOI. I wasn't here for it. I don't know a lot of the details of it, but what I will try to answer your question directly. And that is the reason that the public engagement piece is front and center. It's at the beginning of the process. It will be robust. It's why we're building advisory committees that are going to pull in members of the community, because we want to get to that answer quickly. And I think to your question, yes, the direction of the rest of the process is dependent on what happens in that first phase. What we hear from the community will direct the rest of our process. That is being authentic to this community, and that's being authentic to the planning process. So yes, it will change depending on what we hear from the community. I don't know what the answer is, and I'm not supposed to. The process will tell us, and I want to remain really authentic to that process. And I want to be respectful of this community and hear from people. And I want to be respectful to our friends at Kimball and Sundance. They are part of this community as well. When I talk about the community, I'm including them. So again, I just want to encourage anybody who has any interest here, please throw your hat in the ring. Please participate with us, whether you're on the advisory committee or not, because these decisions that we make over the next year or so, these decisions will impact our community for generations, and we need you.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I appreciate the attempt at straightforward answer.
Did I not answer your question? I really did try.
No, it's kind of an unanswerable question. It's just been such a long time we've been having this conversation, and I just think it's important that that public outreach is early, but even within that piece, early in that piece are these two pieces still as important as they have always been? And, so that we can kind of start chewing on what rises to the level of most important, and not this like, we have to do it all at once and nobody's willing to live in construction and all that kind of stuff. It just can't happen. Some of this is going to have to happen in pieces, and somebody is going to have to go first.
Yep.
Somebody's going to have to raise their hand. It looks like it could potentially be us with our tunnel, but it's somebody else is also going to have to get in there and be an early adopter, so to speak. And we have to be willing and open to that conversation. So I just hope that that's the piece that comes out first, because that's the first question in my mind is, are these two partners still the key pieces? And is somebody willing to raise their hand and be first?
Thank you.
Can I add to that? Max, I would say, I wasn't here for the LOI either, but I was here when it got resurfaced and we started talking about it with Kimball and Sundance and talking about how things had changed since the LOI, since I already signed up for it and what we had to do. And really this idea of a feasibility study was driven by those partners in the context of some realities that had shifted on the ground. And so, being excited to get the work started. From my part of that is that Sundance and Kimball are excited to start it with us. I think it's a great question. Are there opportunities to take some turns off this path here to lock some things in when we know exactly what we're doing? It'd be great if we could, but I think this is a move we're taking with those partners that I think makes me feel good about it.
Okay. Thanks, Jen. This is great. It was one of the first things I actually spoke about when I first got elected, was having a small area plan here. So I'm glad to see this come to fruition a year later. So thank you. So I just have a couple questions about, so will the advisory committee be working with like specific stakeholders in town? So maybe prospector or like lodging? What other stakeholder groups will be involved in this process?
It's a great question. This is why we're trying to cast a wide net. We want to get as broad input from the community as we can. I also want to just emphasize that being on the advisory committee is not the only mechanism for engaging in this process. It's just one of many tools. And if our consultant team wants to jump in here and supplement what I'm saying, please do. But again, the idea is to not look at these things in isolation. They are special and unique. They are also part of a larger community. I think you can see from our selection committee, we had a member of prospector on our selection committee, understanding that while they're not specifically within the boundary, that is a critical neighbor for us to be engaging with. And so even through the selection process, we were reaching out more broadly. And I know this person's name is not on the list. We did actually have another business owner who has a business on Main Street that was going to be part of this process, but unfortunately that person got COVID the day before and got really sick and was just unable to participate. But I tell you that to just give you an example of like, we started at the very beginning from selection committee on who was going to be our consultant team, trying to pull in the broader community so that we do get the many voices and perspectives that we hope to get.
Okay. And then I'm going to use like a very weird like analogy just because, so in a feasibility study, are they looking at things like, this would be really weird, like they're looking at the whole entire community as a whole. So they're not going to be like, hey, we need a Best Buy or something that's at the junction. So they would know what the retail mix is of this community already. And like, or we don't need a post office here. Like, how extensive does it go so that we're saying like, okay, we know we have there's something like 240 restaurants in Summit County. Like it might not be that number exactly, but like, those are the kinds of things I would want to know that they would be looking at. Or is it just 84060? Is it, how does that work? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a great question. Sorry, Luis, did you want to answer that? Sorry.
Yeah, I would just like to say that the market analysis and market strategy will be something that's conducted by our partners development strategies. We've been doing district planning with them for over a decade and have conducted about 15 of these feasibility studies with them. They are based out of St. Louis, Missouri, and have extensive knowledge in doing market and real estate analysis. What they will do is look at a primary and secondary market area that is farther, is larger than the site and larger than the neighborhood to understand really what you're talking about here about, gaps in retail opportunities, really based on the neighborhood itself, the site itself, but also on the market area itself. So it's larger than just the site and the neighborhood. It's really looking at the region to understand that market perspective. And I just want to also comment on the stakeholder engagement, that since I know that was also discussed, we have scoped for stakeholder roundtables for both the area plan and for its feasibility study. These are 1-hour sessions to be conducted online or in person, depending on whether we are in town at the time. But they will be themed based on different interests. So it might be, an arts roundtable, it might be a resident roundtable, an advocacy one. And we've scoped about 20 or so of these. So it's about 20 hours of engagement there with different groups. We're hoping to really bring out people as part of this process. But like Jennifer mentioned, it's one component in our engagement. We'll also have an online platform that our friends from Future IQ will be leading. And there'll also be opportunities to engage with people just one-on-one in conversations throughout the process. So, we're really excited to have a big engagement process that hopefully will bring everyone into the table.
Okay, and then just one more question. Is it possible they could look at Kimball and Sundance and say, this space is not feasible for them, but this other space in town would be?
We certainly did not ask them to do that.
Okay.
I think what we are focused on here is hearing from the community what they want to see in this space. And then I think as a city and as partners, we could have a future conversation about exactly what you're asking. But that was not part of what we have asked this team to do, just to be totally transparent.
Yeah, that's, and then, go ahead, please.
Yeah, if I could just add one comment to that there are two outcomes to the process that we're working on. One is the small area study, and then one is the feasibility study. The feasibility study is really focused on the one identified site. We will be looking at the context surrounding it. And as we study the small area, we're looking at mobility, land use, transportation, even open space connectivity. So those are more broad in topics, not necessarily looking at like catalyst projects, for example. And so there will be some information that will inform one another to a certain degree, but the feasibility study is really focused on the one site.
Okay, great. And then last, I'll just say I have a lot of great hope for this project and hope that it goes well and we can actually look at other areas of the town that are also going to need small area plans as well.
Well, I love this stuff, so I'm with you. And I just wanted to say, our selection committee was very impressed with this team. And I shouldn't speak for Eric, but I will. Like when Eric is impressed with somebody, like he was with strategic development or development strategies, like that's good enough for me, but they were very impressive. And so my outlook for what that market analysis is going to look like is high. I have a high level of confidence that we're going to get meaningful work from the team on that issue.
Becca, do you have anything?
No, I'm just excited to get started. I did want to say, Jeremy asked earlier about if the partners were paying for this or if the city was, and that was the reason that the city is taking this on and paying for this is because if we do go through this feasibility study and this isn't the right place for an arts and culture district, we didn't think it was fair to ask partners to pay for something and then not have them included. So I look forward to our community going through this, and I hope everyone can, shake off everything that's we've gone through in the past rendition and look at this as a blank slate and be excited to move forward and really vision what this part of our community could be for us.
I'm curious if you have Spanish speakers on your team?
Yes, that was a component of their proposal and our request, and we will be very cognizant of making sure that we have that available. And I think even Luis, did you say
I was born and raised in Colombia, South America, so I am very comfortable speaking in Spanish.
And is it your intention to have some of the roundtables or focus groups or whatever in Spanish?
We are certainly very open to having a roundtable specifically in Spanish if there's interest from the community to do that. Yeah, if that's something that's desired, we've done it with other projects and it's been very successful. We've also translated surveys and the entire website in Spanish for similar processes, and that's been very successful as well. So we have a lot of things that we can do there to engage with the community, and Future IQ, which has worked in Park City before, is also very much in tune with how to engage.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's go ahead and take some public input on this. If you're joining us online and would like to make a comment, please go ahead and put your hand up. Is there anyone here that would like to make a comment on this? How about online?
We do have a hand raised. They're logged in as Arts Council. Could you please state your name for the record?
Sure. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, this is Jocelyn Scudder, and I am the Executive Director of the Arts Council for Park City and Summit County, and also a Park City resident. And I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I did just want to make a few comments. And first of all, thank Council so much for prioritizing the study to help really bring this over the finish line. I know many of us are excited to see what's going to end up in this really critical parcel that's in the center of our town. Back in 2017, when Council prioritized TRT funding to be allocated towards an arts and cultural district, it was extremely big win for the cultural sector. And I understand that, we have a pandemic standing in between then and now, and perhaps priorities have shifted, but I'm really looking forward to the community engagement process through my role, of course, because we are an arts council. We get emails daily from people looking for studio spaces and hearing from artists all the time looking for areas to sell and show their work. We had a community gallery called Create PC that recently shut down because we had a temporary lease, and we're still looking for a space to make sure that we can foster local artists. So I'm just really excited to engage and kind of reconnect our creative community to this work, because I know, at least from our perspective, that arts and culture and the need for facilities and community gathering spaces are still a top priority. And so I think in addition, I think the advisory committee sounds great, although it does sound like there's going to be a limited space for that. So looking forward to hearing about more about those open houses. And while it sounds like you might have an answer in 4 months is what I heard from some of the consultants, of course, it sounds like you have a really robust plan to make sure that you're getting tons of input before you make a decision whether we're going to have cultural spaces here or not. So yeah, we're really excited. I wanted to thank Council for their support on this, and we're looking forward to see the outcome.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Any other hands up?
No more hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, let's go ahead and close the public input. Council, do you have final comments before we move on?
Sure, I'll make some. I gotta disagree with the paying for it thing. I think it's important when you have those anchor partners, as was discussed to some degree, that they have some skin in the game. So it's not just a study for a study. I have a hard time with that. And there's ways to structure it where there's not a lot of financial risk if something doesn't move forward. But just to say, we're going to throw this all on the city, it's tough for me to swallow. The subcontractors involved, I do have some concerns there because, at least from a transportation side, they're working, as far as the last reports I saw anyway, with both of the major resort areas in town. And we know that they're coming with planning applications in the near future at some point. So, this is like that core intersection, and you could say, well, that's a good thing because we can look at it holistically, but it also can be a bad thing because you lose the independent view of the traffic and the congestion that happens in these corridors. I come from a background that is really strong on independence issues, and that's why, in terms of doing the work, I struggle with that a bit. And the last one is not having a moratorium on major planning applications in the area that are outside of our control, you know, it's one thing to say, well, the project's under our control, we'll take on a case by case basis. Okay, that's fine. But a lot of stuff in that area is not under our control. And if there does, you know, if a major application does come in, we're going to have to process it. And knowing that we're planning the area, it just seems, it doesn't seem to match up to me. I don't understand the downside of saying, okay, community, we're going to take a pause on accepting those applications while we plan the area. And if anyone's interested, back to, we'll invite you into the process and we'll work on this together and collaborate. So it's not like a firewall. It's just we're going this way. We're not going all over the place. I think of like a spaghetti diagram versus a nice flow chart. But those are my concerns.
Other comments? Okay, then can we get this on the agenda for the retreat?
We will. So it'll be put on the consent agenda on March 2nd, which is the first day of the council retreat. We'll open with it. And then I think, Jen, I think you had one question about the timing of convening the task force and the stakeholder groups that are going to be working. I mean, look, if we get to the second and council pulls it off the consent agenda and rejects moving forward, we would just not fulfill the duties of the stakeholder committee. But what I don't think we want to do is lose 2 or 3 weeks to invite these really important partners to work with us. And so we'd ask for a little concession here so we can get that process going. And then God forbid, if you had concerns down the line, we just wouldn't fulfill it. But there's no reason we can't get that application out there and get people in the community excited and interested in it.
So is council comfortable giving staff direction to move forward with soliciting applications to serve on the advisory committee prior to the vote? Yes, yes. Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Okay, let's move into new business. Consideration to continue an ordinance approving water-wise landscaping land management code amendments to March 9th, 2023. Hi there.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. We, planning staff, just as a quick update, took the water-wise landscaping amendments to Planning Commission on February 8th, and they moved forward with a positive recommendation for council's consideration on March 9th. And because this was publicly noticed for a public hearing tonight, we recommend opening a public hearing and then continuing to March 9th for your consideration.
Okay. Council, any questions before we open public hearing? No?
Is this going to be in by the spring season?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're joining us online and would like to make a comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. Is there anyone here in the chambers that would like to make a comment? If not, how about online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to continue?
Your Honor, I move we continue new business item number 1 to March 9th, 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on then to consideration to approve ordinance number 2023-05, an ordinance approving the Ridgeview Townhouse condominiums. First Amendment, amending Unit 3B located at 3045 Ridgeview Drive. Hi.
Hello, good evening, Council and Mayor. I am Planner Jaron Ehlers, and I'm here with the applicant, Andy Wyden. On the left is the location of the property in the general area, and on the right is an image of the townhouses. The townhouse condominium plat was approved in August of 1982. On that plat, there was a plat note that dedicated all common space to be managed first by the HOA, and 2, it would be a public utility easement. Unit 3B, the unit that this plat amendment affects, was not built to as was specified on the plat and has expansions into the common area. We believe that was when it was built, but we don't know for sure. But we do know that in 2018, there was a landscaping permit, and that showed that the non-compliant deck already existed. In August 2022, the applicant requested a building permit, and we determined that a plat amendment would be required, and that was applied for, and a conditional building permit was issued that directed what scope could take place considering the necessity to amend the plat. And on January 11th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and forwarded a positive recommendation to City Council. This is the most crucial image on the left. The image on the left with the red circles. Well, the image on the left is the original plat. On the right is the proposed plat, and I have circled in red the areas where it is non-conforming, where it does expand into that common space. And that limited common deck that was not originally platted. So there, they sealed the back patio, and then they expanded into the hillside. There is good cause for this plat amendment as it would correct existing nonconformities. No public street or right-of-way would be vacated, but a public utility easement would be partially vacated because on the plat, all of the common area is dedicated as a public utility easement, and there would be some conversion of that common area to limited common and private space. The proposal to amend the plat complies with the RD zoning district requirements, and it meets the parking ratio requirements. The Development Review Committee reviewed the application on January 3rd, and all the public utilities were fine with that change to the utility easement. And the Planning Department, Engineering Department, and City Attorney's Office reviewed the application. No public input has been received. It was noticed on December 22nd of 2022. And our recommendation is that you hold a public hearing and consider approving the proposed plat amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the applicant. Is there anything you'd like to add?
I bought the land or bought the property a year ago, actually in March here. I was in construction management my whole life. I always believe in putting projects through, permitting them and doing all that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, I submitted the plans. All the work that we're doing is not doing anything outside the existing footprint. One area, there is a back triangle that was shown as limited common space. It's had a roof and walls on the outside and doors and windows. All we're doing is asking for consideration to be able to improve the inside of that here. There's 3 other owners in the HOA besides ourselves, and all of them are in support of us being able to move forward on that. The other portion was underneath, and that was developed previously or originally by the builders. So what we're trying to do is just permit some work inside of that, which is no different than what was there when we bought it. And the one area to the outside that looks like an extension from the footprint was done by a prior owner. I believe he said in 2018, and they went through the permit process, and we're not doing anything on the outside of the property. So really, it's just trying to do this plat amendment to just sort of show what's existing versus anything new that we're doing.
Okay, thank you. You know, it's always fascinating to me how units get to the condition that they are when there's no record or no permits for some of the things that are built there. Council, do you have any questions before we open public input? No, if not, If you'd like to make a comment on that, please come on up to the podium, or if you're joining us online, please raise your hand. No?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Council comments or a motion?
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment. I mean, it doesn't really apply to this because you're not going outside the walls, right? Big picture, we've got to stop this previous non-conformance thing. I don't know why anyone gets permits in this town, tell you. I mean, to what Nan said, and the mayor, I mean, it's like, do what you want, come back a few years later and we approve it. And again, this is a little different, but it's just that same frustration showing itself again. But I'll make a motion to approve new business item 2.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to consideration to approve ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance amending the Land Management Code section 15-2, 13-2.13-2 to prohibit nightly rentals and fractional use in the Chatham Crossing subdivision, the Westridge subdivision, and the Westridge subdivision phase 2, and prohibit fractional ownership in the Solomere subdivisions number 1 and number 2A. Welcome back.
Great, thank you. Good evening again, Planner Colley. Let me just pull up my presentation really quick. Okay, so the application before us this evening is regarding an amendment to the Land Management Code, section 15-2.13-2, which is the uses in the in the residential development zoning district. We have 3 homeowners associations that have petitioned the city to amend the residential development zoning district section of this code to restrict either nightly rentals or fractional use in their subdivisions. So we have Chatham Crossing subdivision, which is also known as Chatham Hills HOA. I know that there has been some confusion from the community that which subdivision this pertains to, but it is the subdivision that is known as the Chatham Hills HOA. We also have Solomere subdivision number 1 and number 2A, and Westridge subdivision and Westridge subdivision phase 2. Nightly rentals and fractional ownership is proposed to be prohibited in Chatham Hills as well as Westridge, and fractional ownership only in Solomere subdivision. Nightly rentals are an allowed use in this zone, whereas fractional use is a conditional use. Originally, Chatham Crossing requested to prohibit timeshares, but those are already prohibited in this zone. The proposal to amend the Land Management Code to prohibit nightly rentals and fractional use within Chatham Crossing and Westridge subdivisions and fractional use in Solomere subdivision complies with the general plan and the Land Management Code. One of the core values within the general plan is a sense of community, preserving areas for primary residents, also to mitigate adverse impacts to these subdivisions. Goal 7 of the general plan is to create a diversity of primary housing opportunities to address the changing needs of residents, as well as goal 8 to increase affordable housing opportunities. And these requests do meet the objectives of both of these goals. There is precedent for this proposed Land Management Code amendment. Since 2014, the Planning Commission has forwarded positive recommendations for Council's consideration, and Council has approved those for various transient uses within the city. And most recently, on October 27th of last year, Council directed planning staff to evaluate timeshares, private residence clubs, and fractional uses within 3 zoning districts, which includes this district. And that pending ordinance has prohibited these uses in the residential district zone temporarily. So before you, this is just showing what the existing footnote number 3 as it exists in the Land Management Code, and the red lines for the proposed footnote number 3, which is in relation to nightly rentals. and existing footnote number 19, which is in relation to dwelling unit fractional use. We are also, we asked the Planning Commission to consider amending one of the recitals in the ordinance where there was a typo that included Solomon subdivision as restricting nightly rentals, but that is not part of their application request. So in the approval for this evening, it would be to include the amendment of this recital. And so that's all that I have. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer those. We also have representatives from the HOAs in the council chambers that will also be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any representatives of the applicants that would like to make a comment now? Come on up.
So I represent the Chatham Hills subdivision.
What's your name, please?
Oh, Carol Dalton, zip code 84060.
Thank you. Would you sign in, please? Yeah, thanks.
So our neighborhood is relatively new, and since its inception, our CCNRs have prohibited nightly rentals. So we're not changing anything at that level. We just modified our CCRs to address the pending issue of fractional ownership. And we had unanimous support from all of our homeowners. We have a neighborhood of 53 homeowners lots, a few empty lots left, but they're all pending with permits. And so we do have a good support from the community. I've been involved with the neighborhood for 20 years. I've been living in Chatham Hills since 2003. And we've lived very smoothly with prohibiting nightly rentals, but occasionally there's a misunderstanding, and it makes it real clear to us when that happens why we don't want them. Okay, so we appreciate your time and input and hope this passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other applicants here or online that would like to say something? Hands up.
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. Council, what questions do you have?
Well, I had just asked if I have already asked a little this to Margaret earlier, but what is the benefit of having the nightly rentals and fractional use prohibited in the zone as opposed to just having in the CCNRs and the HOA? Because my understanding was that these areas already have it prohibited, and I just was wondering how that plays out with the overall zone and having zones with little carve outs.
Sure, that's a great question. The city does not enforce CCNRs. And so for amending the land management code as part of the review of a business license, the planning department does review those. And so as we look at the land management code for that zone, as we're adding in each of these carve outs, we know whether or not we can approve a nightly rental license, or if we need to, fractional use permit as well. So when those come to us for review, that's how we know. So it just gives an extra layer of enforcement.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Jeremy?
When's the zoning study supposed to be done that relates to all this?
I do not have the answer to that, but I know that Rebecca may have that answer.
There's a lot of movement behind you.
There is.
So the Planning Commission conducted an initial work session in January 11th. They provided input, and this is scheduled for a public hearing on Wednesday for Planning Commission recommendation to the council for March 23rd.
Does that play into this at all? I mean, I get that they're a bit separate, but aren't they also related?
Whatever the outcome of this evening is, we would incorporate that into the recommended ordinance.
So in theory, if a recommendation came back, because we're talking about specific HOAs here, right? So let's take Solomir as an example. And that's all in what, the RD zone, I think it is that right? And if that got carved up and there was a recommendation to say, this is a primary residential area of the RD zone. We're going to call it something else, or we're going to put some overlay on it, or whatever comes back, that effectively does the same thing. How does that play?
In part, so some of these HOAs are also requesting that nightly rentals be prohibited, and that's not within the scope of what council directed us to study. So we're looking specifically at timeshares, private residence clubs, and fractional use of dwelling units. Some of these HOAs are also requesting to prohibit nightly rentals.
Okay. And what's the higher standard? I mean, it's CCNRs, right? Or is it this? Is it just different because the city can enforce LMC and CCNRs are privately enforced?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
Yeah, I was curious if, so we're from Chatham Hills, do Westridge and Solomare's CCNRs already prohibit fractional or nightly rental?
Solomare has 92% owner approval, and I believe that they have amended their CCNRs. Westridge has just recently recorded updated CCNRs that have restricted fractional use.
Okay.
I have one question. So hearing from Chatham Hills, they said they don't have any nightly rentals already. Do these other areas have nightly rentals that exist there now and would be grandfathered in, like some of the other places we've done?
So if there are existing nightly rentals and they maintain renewing their business license, they would be grandfathered in. But for example, Solomare did not restrict nightly rentals because their definition of nightly rentals is less restrictive than the city's. Theirs is every 14 days and ours is every 90 days. 90 days or less is what our definition of nightly rentals.
Okay.
With that, we'll open the public hearing. If there's anyone here in chambers that would like to make a comment, please come on up. Anyone online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing.
I was a little quick.
Okay.
We do have one. Maverick Bolger.
Welcome. Can you hear us?
Hey there, Council. Yes. Can you hear me as well?
We can.
I would just posit maybe one idea for Council's consideration. I work and have lived in Park City for a number of years. My wife grew up here. My background is as a land use attorney. I work in the real estate industry now. And I think astutely, as mentioned by some of the council and planning staff, is generally not in kind of the municipality's best interest to insert itself into the enforcement of private covenants, conditions, and restrictions within a development, and kind of let the HOA run its course on that regard. Sounds like the prime benefit derived for planning is actually in the business licensing process here to just put a little bit more visibility into which areas are and aren't allowing those nightly rentals or fractional ownerships, and perhaps a better tool rather than using the zoning mechanism here would be to require as a part of the business license application that the HOA sign off on a particular neighborhood, or that an HOA letter be required, as is commonly done in a commercial condo setting or things like that from an HOA manager. So just I'll leave that idea with the council as maybe a less intensive way of addressing the same problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other hands up?
None online.
Come on up, Joe.
Joe Tesh, and I represent Solomare 1 and 2A. And I wanted to make one correction. Solomare didn't do a survey, as he indicated, because there was no need to, in the sense that they amended their CCNRs on November 30th, rather recently, to prohibit fractional use ownership. And when you talk about, letting the HOAs decide, every HOA here has requested that the city do it. in every HOA you're doing. Also, with regard to nightly rentals, we don't have nightly rentals. The Solomir has always had in their governing documents a prohibit of only one rental per month, I'm sorry. And that hasn't disturbed the neighborhood. They've been able to live with that. And our survey informally, again, when they approved that again in the recent CCNR's amendment, is that they want to keep that. And since everybody bought there under those beliefs and under the then current law, we didn't want to change that. With regard to the benefits to in doing it now and not waiting for the study, we've got aggressive people out there who want to do fractional ownership, and there are, of course, some benefits financially to that, so that some individuals may try to do it even though they're in an HOA, they may decide, hey, it's money in my pocket, so I'm going to do it. And it's much to our benefit in fighting those sorts of things to have the city ordinance behind us. You know, it's not just the CCNRs, and they can fight with us about the CCNRs, the enforceability, and you know, and you can only fine people $200 a month, you know, that sort of thing under the law. But when it comes to having the ordinance there, it's very, very important. It helps us a lot.
Okay, thank you. Did you sign in, Joe?
No.
Thank you.
Nobody can read it.
Council comments or a motion?
Mayor, we do have one more hand online, sorry. Megan McKenna.
Hi, Megan.
Hi there. I'll make this quick. Megan McKenna from the Housing Resource Center. And we just wanted to share our support for the staff's recommendation and to the HOAs. I think any support that the council can provide to our local communities trying to address the housing crisis is helpful. And I think this is one of those tools. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Last chance. Any more public comment? No, we'll go ahead and close it then. Tana?
Yeah, a couple of comments. You know, Becca's question was what I was thinking too, is that the HOAs have the ability to do this in their CCNRs already. I think what this does sometimes is reverse the effect of pushing more short-term rentals into areas that don't have HOAs too. There's a lot of part of our town that that will never have an HOA and are not able to come to the council and do this. And so I just don't want to see the reverse effect of this happen to places that are, you know, at a disadvantage because they can't put this into some sort of a CCNR. And I'm also not in favor of us continuing to spot zone areas either. So those are my two comments, and then I can have more council comments.
Anything, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm conflicted on this. I support the application because I think we've encouraged them through precedent and, you know, sort of explicitly providing this as an avenue for residents to protect their neighborhoods. But stepping back from these, I mean, I don't think I'm in favor of this practice generally for a long list of reasons that I won't drain. But I mean, I sort of view our role as a city to plan and our authority to plan at sort of a zone level. We plan the town, you know, that's our authority. But when we get into, you know, RD and we start drawing little lines with two identical neighborhoods and fractional is okay here, but it's not okay here, and nightly rentals starts to feel pretty arbitrary as we think about, you know, restricting people's property rights within two neighborhoods that feel the same. And I think we invite a lot of legislative scrutiny in the process. So, you know, when President Adams comes and tells us he's going to save us from having to listen to all the public clamor, and we sort of roll our eyes, and then we invite applications and change and restrict fractional use based simply on public clamor. It doesn't feel like a planning exercise. I think it just sort of shifts enforcement of a private contract to the city effectively. And so the first call will be to the city instead of to the HOA. And I think it's a little bit misleading. I think these HOAs have a more durable enforcement mechanisms with their CC&Rs. They don't leave behind these legal non-conforming uses or whatever we want to call them. When the HOA bans it, the rentals end. So again, I support the applications. I think we've set a precedent of doing it. But for me, I would sort of draw a line here and say, let's stop encouraging HOAs to do this. Let's plan at an appropriate level for planning, and sort of draw the line as these continue to come. I know we have sort of one in process, and that's probably where I'd stop it.
Well, just, you said something that's kind of bridged the line. Let's stop encouraging HOAs to do this, meaning you're saying stop coming here and asking us to step in, or, because I would say I'm encouraging HOAs to put in their CC&Rs,
yes,
all the things that they want to enforce, and stop coming here asking us to also make it law. Because I agree with your comments, but I just want to be clear about, we want to stop HOAs from this. Let's define this, because I think that's important.
Yeah. This is, and great applicants, no problem that I do the same. But when the call comes to the planning department, hey, we don't like fractional use. It's, hey, you can ask us to come ban it on your 2 streets within the zone, and we have this sort of arbitrary filling mechanism. I think we should stop encouraging that practice and plan as we plan. So thanks for the clarification.
Becca?
Yeah, I think from the beginning of the conversation, we have encouraged this as a way for neighborhoods to kind of take some control back of what's coming into their area. And I also think when you can get a neighborhood to agree to something like this, it does show strong uniformity. I know in a lot of these HOAs, they can't agree on like what color to paint their fences. So I'm pretty impressed that you all were able to get such broad agreement in your neighborhoods to move forward with this. So I do support it. I do appreciate the ask for a conversation about planning more generally and how the RD zone works, because it does seem like there are going to be little pockets of it kind of all over that pop up and ask for this. And the hard part is, to your point, we're setting a precedence moving forward with this one. And just so I don't feel comfortable saying after this, we're going to shut the door, but maybe it's a different way to manage or to use to support neighborhoods against having fractional or short-term rentals in their neighborhood. And I don't know what that means. That's why there's people smarter than me that can figure it out. But yes, thank you. So I am in favor of moving forward tonight.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I don't feel well informed enough, honestly. And with the study pending that's coming back in 4 weeks, 5 weeks, I mean, I just don't really understand what the risk would be to talk about this after we see the results of the recommendation from the Planning Commission, which does then do planning at the zone level and may effectively accomplish the same thing, at least on the fractional side. And then it is more uniform and it's more universal and it's at the city level where it's appropriate. I don't really see the downside there. And I don't know if anyone can help answer that question. Like what's the downside of another 4 or 5 weeks?
I don't think I have a great answer, other than just the solidifying it for the HOAs who have gone through the process to amend the land management code.
Okay, thanks.
What do you want to get out of the next couple of weeks? That's not clear here, because to me,
We're getting back the fractional study, March 23rd, you said? That's going to come to council for consideration with a recommendation from the Planning Commission. And that these are all in the zones being studied, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
They're all in there?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, why not wait for the study? And then it's at that higher zoning level, which seems like, I don't know. I don't really know the answer. That's why I'm asking, but from a gut feel, it seems like that's the right level and even more substantial than doing it at a subdivision level. I mean, we
Is
have
that essentially what you're asking for too, Ryan?
I wasn't even gonna go that far, but there's a real logic to, these are all in RD, and it's a study of RD. We're putting another bullet point on the page here for Park City land use in the legislative session.
Yeah, no big deal, right?
No big deal. Nothing's really happening down there anyway, but yeah, I mean, since these neighborhoods have already banned fractional, nothing stops us from coming back in 6 weeks. And
Yeah, because I'm to get to the comment part, I'm conflicted too, right? I mean, I agree with most of your comments. And it does sort of feel like, well, we encouraged it, so let's do it now, but then we're going to get a study back that actually does the thing you mentioned, which is, well, maybe it does, right? It's going to inform us a little bit. I would say with the caveat that I would like to see this back in April, and I'm inclined to approve it as is, unless this study that comes back tells us something revolutionary, and maybe there will be a whole lot more in it that frankly bans fractional use and some of these uses, which is, I think, the goal that we're going for, right? We're kind of trying to limit this and improve our housing stock for long-term rentals and stuff like that. I want to support our HOAs, but I also feel like this is a little bit of like legislative overreach to a certain extent. It's just kind of feels a little bit murky. And so I think any more we can have before we vote. And if it's not impactful in the short term, you know, if we don't have this massive pressure, we're in the middle of the season. I don't know that there's going to be that many homes that flip in the meantime. The HOAs here are all unanimous and they already have the rules in place. So I'm okay kicking the can for 6 weeks.
Would you just want to continue it to a date uncertain?
Let's continue to a date certain.
Could we do March 23rd and just have it on the agenda following the planning commission recommendation?
I think that depends on whether or not we decide to accept the planning department's recommendation. I mean, oh, sorry.
Can we continue to April 27th?
It's fine.
That gives planning commission time to come back and make a recommendation.
And just so that the HOAs who are in attendance tonight understand that this is considered a pending ordinance, so we would still not approve nightly rentals in those HOAs that are wanting to restrict it, and same with fractional use.
So they're covered between now and then.
Correct.
Thanks for adding that.
Yeah, that's helpful. Well, in that case, yeah.
Do we have a motion?
So I move we continue, what item number is this?
3.
New business item number 3 to April 27th.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Yes, we may take a quick stretch break. 5 minutes, please. If I could have everybody take your seat. All right, let's move on to, sorry, what? Oh, let's do that at the end. We can do that at the end. All right, let's move on to consider to approve ordinance 2023-07, an ordinance approving the vacation of a portion of the platted 13th Street right-of-way in the 1301 Park Avenue subdivision located at 1301 Park Avenue. Welcome back.
Great, thank you. All right. Planner Spencer Cawley. We are joined this evening by the applicant in chambers. So again, if there are any questions that you would like to ask the applicant, they are happy to answer those questions. Just to give a quick overview of this application, 1301 Park Avenue is currently a meets and bounds lot and contains two structures. One is a landmark historic structure, which was built around 1904, and the other is a non-historic A-frame single-family dwelling built around 1964. And then here is just a couple of images to help orient the council on the A-frame and landmark historic structure. So the applicant is requesting two things in this application. The first is to create a subdivision that creates two lots of record, one which will contain the historic structure and then one that will contain the A-frame structure. The second part of the request is a petition to vacate approximately 355 square feet of the 13th Street right-of-way. That would add about 138 square feet to Lot 1 and 217 square feet to Lot 2. This request also will allow the applicant to provide off-street parking for the structures, and it will also allow the duplex to comply with the minimum lot size requirements. The applicant does have a non-complying structure on the property, which is the historic structure. And it does consist of two dwelling units. And this was identified in 2005 in a city council staff report that we found during research of this application. And it is, as states in that council staff report, that this historic structure consists of two dwelling units and is technically a duplex, even though one unit is only 410 square feet. Non-complying structures are structures that legally existed before the current zoning designation, and because of subsequent changes to the zoning designation, does not conform to the regulations of setback, height restrictions, or other regulations that govern the structure. So at the time of the 1968 Land Management Code, in Chapter 10, there's a screenshot here that I've included. The residential zone stated that one of the permitted uses was a duplex, and that the minimum lot requirement was 3,000 square feet. So at the time of the 1968 Land Management Code, where the duplex and the A-frame existed, they complied with those requirements. The application, as conditioned, complies with the the HRM zoning district requirements. The applicant proposes again to amend the plat or to create a subdivision for two lots. And because the duplex requires that additional square footage, the applicant is also requesting that vacation of right-of-way to reach the 3,750 square feet to ensure that the lot 2 that will have the historic structure will have a duplex that complies. So on December 14th, 2022, the Planning Commission conducted a work session and then reviewed the application on January 11th and forwarded a positive recommendation. As part of that review, the Planning Commission requested to amend Condition of Approval 11 to remove the term active transportation and just leave improvements. Two commissioners voted to forward a negative recommendation, and that was specifically because they felt that the applicant could achieve what was required for the lot size to have a compliant duplex through other means. However, a majority of those, the planning commissioners found a good cause for the application, specifically that it maintains minimum lot widths and provides off-street parking opportunities. So the applicant again petitions the city to vacate a portion of the 13th Street right of way. And the city council is the body that does determine whether there is good cause to vacate a public right of way. Looking specifically at no increase in density, remains compatible with the neighborhood, that there is compensation to the city for the loss of the right of way, and that the utility of existing right of way is maintained. Staff does have has one recommendation for minor modification to condition of approval 11. And I will pull that up really quick. Okay. And that is just to add in what has been underlined here in red is that the applicant shall include an irrevocable offer of dedication for an access easement in a form approved by the city attorney. So just adding in the term or the words for an access easement to condition of approval 11. So that's all that I have for my presentation. Happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Council questions?
Why not just give them approval of a smaller duplex versus vacating the road?
Specifically lot size, is that what you're asking, or for the size of the duplex?
Yeah, to me, it would just make sense to say, we'll give you an exception and you can build a smaller duplex than taking a vacation of a road.
So that would be one avenue is to apply for a variance through and then have the Board of Adjustment review that and consider whether or not there is a burden or a hardship to comply with the land management code.
Other questions?
Just wondering if the city accepting the dedication was tied to the future improvements, so that we wouldn't want to accept it unless there were already future improvements made on the.
So part of the review of this application, and I believe that the city engineer is in attendance this evening, but that the future improvements that would, there weren't future improvements, but there could be future improvements. So that's why there is one of the conditions of approval that would, the condition of approval 11 that we just reviewed would allow for those improvements to be made regardless of the dedication.
Okay, that's what I was just wondering. It just sounds like it's tied, that we would only accept the dedication if future improvements are made.
Correct.
So we wouldn't accept it if if we wanted the land to do something different to it, we wouldn't accept it? Or they would already have to be made. So I guess, are you implying that any future improvement would be made by the current owner?
So there would be city improvements. So whether that be adding in a sidewalk or putting in a bike lane, those are the types of improvements that they're referring to.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Mr. Robertson, do you want to come on up?
I just didn't. I was just trying to clarify if the city's acceptance of the dedication was tied to future improvements being made by the current owner, or if it's just something like we could just accept the dedication at any time, or weren't unable to accept the dedication unless improvements are made.
John Robertson, city engineer. So the offer of dedication is currently, as Spencer had said, we have no plans in this area to do any type of work. But there is the potential, as we do an active transportation study, that we might want to include a sidewalk in this area. So what we were asking for is that in vacation of that right away, they offer a dedication or a future easement if we decide that we are going to put a sidewalk in that area. And it's also can be reserved for snow storage easement also if needed.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, I was just reading it differently.
Okay.
Yeah, Becca, are you asking for there not to be a dedication unless the property owner is improving their building?
That's the
and
way
not
I
be
read it.
dedicated unless they're actually making those improvements? Or are you talking about the city improvements within the dedicated right of way?
It's just the way I read it. It says the city can accept it if improvements are made to the vacated portion. So if they were already made, and then we would be like, oh yeah, thank you for your improvements. Now we'll accept it.
It's-
But I'm guessing it's not that big of a deal and I shouldn't go down this wormhole. I'm going to back off. If you guys understand it and it makes sense and it works, I fully support you in this decision.
I think you're right, though. If you're looking at the resolution 8-98, what is the net tangible benefit to the neighborhood? I mean, that's, I think, what you're asking.
No, I was just asking who was responsible for
Oh,
the
okay.
improvements.
Then that would be my other question.
We are maintaining our ability to put in the improvements that we would do there if it was still street right away. So we will
Yeah.
always have that ability to do that.
So we can accept the dedication at any time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Ryan?
Yeah, I gather the minutes weren't available, so I was just wondering if you could just expand on the objections from the two planning commissioners who voted against. Was there other means, like just talking about a variance, or was there something else they had in mind?
Adjusting the proposed line that would subdivide the two properties so that there is enough square footage without the vacation of right of way. So without using that right of way to reach the required minimum lot size. They felt that there were other options, that there could be another configuration of the subdivision that would result in getting to where they needed to be.
Okay. Is that staff's analysis too, that is possible, but they just don't want to shrink the lot, or?
It is possible. What we would also need to look at, which we didn't fully, is how would this affect setbacks? But we're talking very, very minor in how, like, maybe a foot or less. I mean, I don't know the exact measurement off the top of my head, but it would be very minor in how that line would move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Your questions? If not, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. If you are here and would like to make a comment or joining us online, please raise your hand. But if you want to make a comment, come on up.
Can I?
Sure, come on up. Uh-huh. Can you tell us your name, please, Mr. Knudsen?
I want to apologize for, I have a hard time hearing and understanding what's going on. But I just want to give you a quick review of how this all came about. But I moved here in 61 when it was a ghost town, mining, we're all miners. And I was 27 and I was a new high school football coach when there was something like 80 students and about 12 to show up for football. But I'm still here. I'm 89. In 1920, 14, I owned a piece of property up by the resort, and we had a meeting upstairs on the third floor in one of the rooms, and I agreed to sell 7 lots to the city they were going to sell it or use it for for low-income housing and for senior elder people. And they were going to use those lots to acquire money. But at the time, it was located right across from the Park City parking lot. It's a very prime piece of ground. And you walk 100 yards and you're right there at the corner store, and by the lifts. And we used to hang out there, but well, anyways, it's 30 feet across the street and up 100 feet up there, you're at the lift. But when I sold it, the mayor, Dana Williams, the lawyer, Tom Daly, and Jonathan Windenheimer,
they insinuated that they didn't need the extra land. With a handshake, we agreed that they would help me acquire this wedge, small piece of ground. It was, anyway, I hope you will honor their wishes was to help me incorporate this small wedge, and we can use it for, right now, we want to keep it historical the way it is. And we'd like to incorporate that piece of ground. It's about 200 to 300 square feet, but it's, yeah, well, we want to keep it the way it is and park it just the way it was. Mary Lemer said it was one of the first lodges in Park City, that and the Brown House, and there was two of us. But we want to incorporate that and keep it just the way it is. We gave the city a great deal. We sold 7.8 lots for over 2 million and 2.25, but it's well worth, up to 12 or 13 today. But well, anyway, the property we sold to the city was they were going to use it for income and
So, Mr. Knudsen, what you're asking of us tonight, are you able to hear me?
Oh, what's that?
So what you're asking of us tonight is that you are able to keep that small strip along the side of your property.
Keep it there.
Okay.
Keep it historic charm. And that way we don't have to adjust the property lines for what's existing.
Okay.
And
thank you.
Okay. I want to say right now, sorry, Mayor. I just wanted to say it's a launching pad now for the Sweet King's Crown. And, that's where they pick up a noise and drive over my property and things. But anyway, I just hope you can honor the councilman and I hope I don't remember what the city engineer said, but they've insinuated that they could work without us. Probably not. You don't need it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
I appreciate your time, and I'll thanks again.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Hi.
Hi, my name is Amy Knudsen, and that is my dad. And I just want you, I get that it's like old Mayberry to us because when we grew up here, it was the 60s. And I don't know if Max remembers this, but I was your babysitter and you were a really good kid. And
what was that like? Oh my God.
Oh, let me tell you.
And now Nan is my babysitter.
But,
pretty much.
And I know the Tolleys, growing up with them. And I just want you to understand my dad has done so much for this city as the football coach, as my mom was the Summit County RN for the whole school system. He's just an honest person that really did, do the city right for this housing. And, unfortunately, he doesn't have it in writing, but he went to the meeting and it was expressed. And now 10 years later, we're in this situation where we're just coming to you to plead for you to honor what was shared with him. And it would really help us a lot. And whatever you come up with, we'll respect. So thank you.
Thanks for coming tonight. Are there any hands up online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Does anyone here in chambers want to make another comment? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Council comments or a motion?
I'll make a comment. I don't know if I'm conflicted out of this now. They're my babysitter. I'm like, I don't. Knutsons were supporting the family way back in the day. This is one of those times, right, where I'm really thankful that our planning commission had at least 5 votes in favor of doing what I would consider to be the right thing. But this is also one of those situations where, you know, the letter of the law and all this stuff. I mean, the history of Park City has to be honored in certain respects, that things haven't always been done on paper. There were a lot of deals done like this. And I think it's really important that we honor some of those deals, especially the ones that, you know, clearly this is a very limited impact, longstanding community members. I would have a really hard time not approving this at the moment. So, and I just think this will be one that we can kind of talk about in the future about. We have a lot of conversation about letter of the law, the LMC, all this stuff. And there's been a lot of criticism for the way things have been done in the past, but most of the people in this room moved here because of things getting done this way in the past. I know it won't work that way forever, but that's part of the charm of Park City. And quite frankly, I'm really thankful that you guys are here and spoke the way you did and helped us remember what it's like to be a part of Park City, past, present, and future.
Other comments?
More of a question, I guess. Is the goal just to be able to build the duplex?
So the duplex already exists. What we're trying to avoid is creating a nonconformity. So it would be maintained as a duplex, but this subdivision would create a lot that doesn't meet the minimum lot requirements to have a duplex.
Trying to keep it in code.
I see. So the choice is essentially send it to the Board of Adjustments where they could ask for an exception to that or approve the right of way thing in the
vacation.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Other comments or a motion?
Is this new?
You can do it, or I can do it.
I move to approve
There you go.
new business item number 4.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. And thank you for all you've done for the community.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along. Consideration to approve ordinance number 2023-08. An ordinance approving the Bald Eagle Club at Deer Valley, amending Unit 9 plat amendment located at 7979 Romer Court. You're on full duty tonight.
I am, and I'm only bringing the most exciting applications. Yeah. All right. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. Planner Spencer Cawley. This is a plat amendment for 7979 Romer Court, which is part of the Bald Eagle. Yes, the Bald Eagle subdivision in Upper Deer Valley. I am joined in council by the applicant representative Marshall King with Alliance Engineering to answer any questions. Here are just some pictures to start out to show the existing structure at 7979 Romer Court. And just to give a little bit of orientation, to the left of the garage, the property owner is requesting this this plat amendment in order to add an addition to that garage and also above the garage for an office space. The original plat was established in 1989. In 2004, a different property owner added an addition to the existing structure, and the addition actually went outside of the platted building pad. And so as you can see in the area that's in outlined in blue, that is the requested amendment. And the area that's in red is where the existing or where the building pad is currently platted. So again, there's two proposals as part of this application. The first is to adjust the building pad for existing conditions, and two, to revise the building pad for a future addition. And the existing addition is there to the left, that's outlined in blue, and the future addition will be at the bottom of the screen outlined in blue. And here's just another image to show where the existing building pad is and how the building is currently situated at the site. So you can see that the building does go beyond the building pad. This application, the proposed plat amendment complies with the zoning district requirements. It is a single family dwelling and meets or exceeds the setbacks. And there is a condition of approval for building height that the addition to the structure will meet the zoning district requirements for building height. The proposal as condition complies with the sensitive land overlay criteria as found in the land management code. The Planning Commission in their review of this application wanted to have additional review of the sensitive lands overlay. So they conditioned their recommendation to include that at the building permit phase of this application, the applicant will submit all of the required documentation as found in the land management code for the sensitive land overlay analysis for review and approval by the planning department. And then the planning department will deny the building permit if it's inconsistent with that review process. The proposal also complies with the Bald Eagle Club at Deer Valley plat requirements. There are utility and drainage easements, platted trails and private roads, but none of those are impacted by this request to amend the building pad. The Planning Commission in their review also realized that there is an encroachment into the neighboring property. So the amended condition of approval 5 to include not only the encroachment of the driveway, which is that triangle piece there on the screen, but to address the encroachment of the retaining wall that goes onto the neighboring property. The Planning Commission requests adding a condition of approval that asked the property owner to remove the stone grill and the 2 stone retaining walls that go beyond the border of the property onto the Deer Valley property. The proposal complies with the land management code section regarding plat amendments. The Planning Commission found good cause for this plat amendment as it reflected the as-built. It did not increase density, and that the square footage of the building pad is maintained. There is no public right-of-way vacated or amended, and no easement vacated or amended. And so the planning staff is recommending that the city council consider approving this ordinance, amending the plat for 7979 Romer Court. And that's all I have.
Council, do you have any questions? Not, let's open the public hearing. Is there anyone here or online that would like to make a comment about this?
No hands raised.
Then we will close the public input portion. And council comments or a motion?
I move that we approve new business item number 5.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we need to do a little singing here to wake people up.
I forgot to do it earlier.
I know, so why don't you do it now? Do it now.
We have to record this song for Nan and I
And today is Tana's birthday, so
It's also your birthday.
Saturday.
Okay, we're gonna do it in advance. So it's Nan and Hannah in that order.
Can we do them twice or once?
Let's do it once for both. It
Yeah.
doesn't usually say names.
Yeah, there are no names, so it's.
Okay, here we go. One time. We don't have any names. 1, 2, 3. It's
your birthday song. It's not too
long. Hey. All right, we've
Get a full birthday.
no. All right, now we're moving along now that everybody's moved a little bit. Consideration to authorize the city manager to enter in a contract with Stereotomic PLLC in a form approved by the city attorney for land survey and consultant services in an amount not to exceed $88,450. Welcome.
Okay, there we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brown Seabright, Housing Program Manager, and I am bringing you the land survey and consulting services contract for the Clark Ranch feasibility study. So the city has a ways to go to meet our goal of 800 new affordable or attainable units by 2026. And one tool that council is given direction on is to look towards public-private partnerships. And as part of that, to identify city-owned land that could be used for new housing developments. Fortunately, the city has been pretty proactive in purchasing land and earmarking potential locations for affordable housing. The Clark Ranch property is nearly 350 acres in size. It's on the east side of the city, straddling both sides of US 40. The scope of this particular feasibility study is specifically on the western half of that. So on the map you see on the screen, the area indicated in blue. And really within that, we're only looking at roughly 10 to 15 acres, that northwesternmost corner shown in red, immediately south of the Park City Heights neighborhood. The city has owned this property since 2014. And at the time when we purchased it from the Gilmore Estate, it was still located in unincorporated Summit County. And after the city purchased it, we assembled the Citizens Open Space Advisory Committee to evaluate the land and give recommendations for how it should be managed and stewarded. They recommended that the majority of the property be held in a conservation easement and preserved as open space. And they unanimously recommended that around 10 acres of the northwest corner be excluded from that conservation easement, specifically for city uses such as senior or affordable housing or essential city services. In that recommendation, they even left us a handy little map that shows us what that corner of the property would look like immediately south of the Park City Heights neighborhood, which you can kind of see the outlines of those streets here. And council has seen this property a couple times and prioritized it as a potential location for affordable housing, first in 2018 when it was placed on a short list, and then again in 2021 when council directed staff to look at the property and see what would be needed to consider it for a location for affordable housing. One of the things that we found is that the property would need to be annexed into the city, which it was in 2022 in part of the Southeast Quince Junction annexation. And then it was zoned recreation open space with the sensitive lands overlay. So the city has already completed a conservation resources inventory to evaluate the geological and ecological characteristics of the site to inform how the property should be managed under a conservation easement. This feasibility study that we have a contract for tonight will really help complete that picture to inform how the city should manage the entire property by providing that key information and help council have the necessary info to determine if and how affordable housing or other city uses should be placed on that site. We released the request for proposals back in November. It was open for about a month and a half. And what we were asking for respondents in that RFP were to show us how they would evaluate the development feasibility of the land, including some important parameters, one of which is the sensitive lands overlay. And so we specifically wanted to see how the site would be characterized for soils, steep slopes, and its environmental conditions. Another parameter was the overall access traffic, circulation, and access to utilities for the site. And together, these parameters are essential to understand the overall capabilities of the site, see if it is suitable for affordable housing or public use, and if so, how much. We received 4 proposals for the RFP, great proposals, and we had a selection committee evaluate those proposals. They selected a short list of their top 2, which we then conducted interviews with. And then that advisory committee has recommended that we enter into a contract with Stereotomic, specifically because they have deep familiarity with Park City's unique environmental conditions. Being a local firm, they've done a lot of work within the city and Summit County, and they're highly familiar with our particular environmental conditions. They've assembled a great team with a breadth of experience and expertise. And they've also shown their ability to provide clear and comprehensive reports. So should council enter into this contract, we'd issue a notice to proceed. They would get started on their evaluation in March, proceed with their analysis into May and April, when they would engage with meetings of key stakeholders. And then they could come back in June to council with their findings and some potential options for the site. So tonight we recommend that council receive public input and consider approving a contract with Stereotomic for the land surveying consultant services for Clark Ranch feasibility study in a form to be approved by the city attorney's office.
Will you remind me, we don't have, the site analysis will help us determine where on the site would be most appropriate to put whatever we're going to put there? It doesn't necessarily have to be up in that red portion, or does it?
Yeah, so the original recommendation was for a 10-acre triangle, and then they drew a map that had 11 acres. We expanded that just a little bit further to about 15 acres, so it's a little bit more encompassing. We want them to look at the whole western half of the property, but we assume that it's going to be within that northernmost area just because that's where the access is.
Okay.
I kind of remember it was Steve that really wanted us to do this survey, and his thought being that, they kind of highlighted that corner of the nose, but really the goal was to look at the site and find out where in that area actually was the best to put housing, and if it was a little bigger or a little bit smaller, but to have somebody actually go through and do the research for us, so we're not just kind of drawing a corner, even though that might be a really crappy place to put housing.
Right. Yeah. It's not a hard line. Mm-hmm.
I have 2 questions. First one, when you say they're going to meet with key stakeholders, who are these key stakeholders? Like, what does that mean?
Well, I think one of them's us, obviously, but I think you also have a neighborhood developing there. So there are neighbors that we'd want to talk to a little bit. There's also some key stakeholders as far as employment goes across the street with IHC, the NAC, and those folks that I think would be, would have an interest in understanding what might be able to be developed there.
So then this would also be, would they come back to us and say, you should build something similar to Park City Heights where it's single family homes and townhomes, or are they going to come back and say build like four giant apartment complexes, or is that not what this group is doing?
Yeah, so we're asking them if it's feasible to put something like affordable housing here. We want to know, well, what is the appropriate density?
Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions? If not, we'll open the public input. If you're listening online, please go ahead and raise your hand now. Anybody in the chambers want to make a comment? I think we've worn everybody out. Anybody online?
Yes, we have Megan McKenna.
Okay. Hey, Megan.
Hi there, Megan McKenna, housing advocate for the Housing Resource Center. And I just want to express our support for staff's recommendation and further study of this land to determine the best use for affordable housing. And as a Park City Heights neighborhood, I think the approach would be best for all stakeholders involved.
Thank you. Any other hands up?
No more hands, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Council comments or a motion?
Your Honor, I move that we approve new business item number 6.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, you've hung in there with us. Thank you. We are now going to consider approval of ordinance 2023-09 and ordinance amending section 13-1-28, drinking water source protection of the municipal code of Park City.
Regained its feeling.
Here we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for spending some time with me tonight.
Can you turn your mic on, please?
Having enough technical difficulties, so hopefully this is better now, but I feel like I'm echoing now.
You're good.
Okay. So our goal tonight is to walk you through the drinking water source protection ordinance and our need to revise the ordinance, and we're requesting you review and consider that tonight. So the Utah Division of Drinking Water does require that all public water systems have a management strategy to have something like an ordinance in place to ensure that we prohibit potential contamination sources from contaminating our groundwater sources. Our groundwater sources in Park City are 3 wells, a spring, and our 2 tunnels. All of those need to be protected from contaminants from entering the drinking water sources. When we consider that, we look at the potential contamination sources that might be the things that could contaminate our groundwater. We look at different zones and hydrogeologic formations and try to get an understanding of what could contaminate our drinking water. And when we look at that, we look at both time and distance from when a contaminant could travel to the actual water under the water table if you were going to consider it the aquifer. In that case, things like zones 1, in our case, stand out as being a radius of around 100 feet around the well. Other times have time of travel where we consider like a 25-year span where something could get to our drinking water sources. Our drinking water sources are extremely permeable soil. So we do have things like examples where the road salts that we see that we have to use to protect the public do enter our aquifers, and we see changes in salinity concentrations, for example, seasonally because of road salts. And so that's the type of thing that we know we have very permeable soils within our aquifer. This ordinance was originally put in place in 2006 and it was amended in 2008. And one of the things we've done is administratively, we are adding a procedure for granting variances. The other major things that we are doing are adding new potential contamination sources. I've listed here in the existing ordinances the types of applications that we've already have in the ordinance: fuel storage, septic systems, things that make sense that we know that are in our community. The other thing that we're doing is adding to the ordinance things like drilling near the well sites. We recently had a situation where Rocky Mountain Power proposed drilling a new power pole within 100 feet of one of our wells. And we didn't have a strong mechanism to work with them to prohibit that. And we had a good partnership in place and we talked about the risks, and they were actually able to move away from that particular area. We also have a lot of folks that are interested in having things like ground source heat pumps put into their households. And there's certain applications where it makes good sense and it's okay for aquifers and others where it's prohibited in this plan. And we do have a mechanism to review those. And then tonight, one of the things that's been very important to me that I've talked to you a lot about is the fact that we have discovered that we have contamination in our local wells, all three of them, from PFAS compounds that are directly attributed to ski wax. We have been working very hard on educating the public about this particular situation, and we'll talk about it here in just a moment a little bit more. But I did want to show you that attached to this ordinance is a map of our source protection areas. Our source protection areas, zone 1 through 4, encompass our entire city boundary. So we do have a management system in place with the engineering and building departments to review applications when they do have development that might have these potential contamination sources impacting our sources. And this is the map that's attached to the ordinance. So we've gone on quite a campaign related to PFAS. And one of the reasons that we're putting this in place now is that the EPA has banned the continued production of fluoro waxes because of the contamination that we're seeing in the environment from fluorocarbons from ski wax and other types of PFAS contaminants that enter the water supplies throughout the United States. We have had a great opportunity to partner with Recycle Utah, and Carolyn's joined us tonight because we have had a really good response from the community. We still don't have a drinking water limit. We do expect that EPA will be issuing a drinking water standard and having it be enforced by the end of this calendar year. So we don't know yet what the impact is going to be based on the concentrations that we have today. But we do know is we need to stop having continued environmental loading of ski wax in our community. We don't want the concentrations to get any higher, and we don't want it to become more pervasive in the environment. So with that, in this ordinance, we would like to prohibit the continued use of fluoro waxes in the Park City proper throughout the entire community. And what that would do is it would prohibit everyone from using fluoro waxes. Alpine, Nordic skiers, recreational skiers, international ski events. It would help us be able to have signage out on the trailheads at the golf course, working with mountain trails. And we would ultimately even do things like pass out t-shirts to each of you to say, I ski fluoro free. And we're hoping you will wear them proudly. So I wanted to bring Carolyn up just to chat with us for just a minute, because we have been working very hard with Recycle Utah and in collaboration with Snyderville Basin Water Reclamation District and Summit County Health Department, who's also considering a similar action in their own ordinance at this point, because we have had some really good successes with the community. And one of the things that we're going to be doing, in addition to having education out for, just our local skiers and visitors, is we are going to start working more and more with the local ski shops and the waxers on prohibiting them from continuing to sell the wax and to apply it to skis. We can do this pretty easily in talking with legal because they can't manufacture it anymore. What we're trying to do is reduce the amount of inventory in the marketplace. And we do know and have already started talking with some of the shops. We have a very good relationship with Jan's and White Pine. They have done some digging. They found that they do have it on their website right now, and they're working on reassessing that. They also have found that they have it in some of the retail shops, and they have offered that, they want to work with us as a community and help, get the word out to other ski shops and other waxers. And what we are starting to offer in conversations with legal is considering a buyback program from the shop so that we can actually get the inventory off the shelves. I don't think it's going to be a very costly situation, because even Jan's, they're thinking they've probably got about $2,000 worth of wax on their shelves, so that the inventory is not huge. They're not still buying it today. It's just, it needs to move out of the system. So we're working in partnership with Carolyn so that we can start to come up with a good process in having the shops actually work with Recycle Utah to bring the wax to them, just like the citizens are, and then they'll take care of payment, and the city will reimburse Recycle Utah to again, essentially try to get the wax out of the system. And hopefully within a year or two, we may be at a point where we don't feel like we have a big environmental risk locally. So with that, just wanted to show and tell a little bit.
We have about 3 of these. This is pretty heavy. This is full of the nasty wax. We have about 3 of these stockpiled so far at Recycle Utah. The plan is to get as much as possible and bring it with to the Spring Hazardous Waste Day. It gets disposed of through EPA regulations. It's incinerated. This is called a forever chemical for that reason, and that's pretty much the only option to do something like this. You don't want to put it in any ground source or any near water. The program at the Recycle Center has been really successful. We've collected a lot of wax. This one here is a $320 wax, unused, and this is about as nasty as it gets. So pretty successful here in collecting some good stuff from residents. We do also offer a sustainable wax in exchange for anything that's turned in, and we're very generous with that. We really just want to do whatever it takes to get this kind of wax. It's been great working with Michelle, and excited to see the next steps in this program.
And so with that, the recommendation is towards review and considering adopting this particular ordinance. Any questions from council?
I do. So if our ordinance prohibits having that, then what does it mean that the ski shops are going to work with us? I mean, it would be illegal for them to have it on their shelves, would it not?
It would, but we've talked about the fact just that, the city wants to be a good partner with our local retailers. And we really don't want to have a lot of pushback from them because they get pressure from their own guests to try to have the wax applied. They'll get folks from out of town that are calling and want to do their high speed laps down, even just going up and down Jupiter. So that's one of the things that we've talked about, so that we can just try to, if they're in a position where they will offer to just give it to us, that's terrific. But I think if we have the opportunity for incentive, we're happy to do that as well. The cost of buying the wax is so much less than if we were ever to have to treat our drinking water.
Other council questions, Hannah?
Questions, yes. So they're outside of our city, but are you working with UOP and are you working with Soldier Hollow? I mean, these are the places where you would see this the most. And what are they doing in Wasatch County to help with this as well?
Yeah, these are all good questions. We have, right when we first discovered that the wax is the culprit, it's got a fingerprint, so we can see what contaminants they are, and we compared it to studies in Colby, Maine. I think I've mentioned that before. And we've brought a number of different utilities to the table, other water systems, and encouraged multiple people, including folks like Mountain Regional, have been very active in doing voluntary monitoring, just as we have. There are some other water districts locally who have not monitored yet. They are going to be required by the EPA to monitor by the end of the year 2024. So we'll have a better picture locally on where some of the other problems are potentially as well. We are in an active dialogue with the state of Utah about this as well. And so we're trying to encourage them to work with some of these other water systems and looking at their source protection areas and where there are other racing activities, especially on the Nordic front. And so those regional conversations are continuing to happen. That's part of the reason, again, we are engaging Summit County Health as well. And they're going to talk a little bit with some of the other water districts about the same risk and potential of their ordinances being modified as well.
Okay, and then I'll just make my comment. I just would want to see how much was on people's shelves before we just said a blanket, let's just buy this back. I would prefer to see what we have available versus that being part of this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Becca?
Yeah, Becca.
How often do we monitor or do you check the PFAS levels in those wells?
So we've
to see
collected
what they're changing or not.
Yeah, so we've collected 4 sample sets from the wells, and we've tried to do it on a seasonal basis so we can see if there's any variability. Thus far, the detections of the compounds have been the same compounds detected each time and at the same concentrations. So they don't appear to be changing, at least within the last year and a half, 2-year time frame. one of the challenges that we run into with this issue is that there's not good testing. Like you can't, go out to the course and test to see if somebody's, using this race wax on their skis. That's why they're having such a hard time as an industry actually even regulating this. It reminds me of, the stories of, EPO and Lance Armstrong's racing days. It's hard to test for it. So that's why, even at a national level, FIS or international level, FIS and the US Ski and Snowboard have banned it, but they even pulled it back a year because they didn't have good testing capabilities. So, but it is in place, and we have been communicating also with US Ski and Snowboard about this as well.
Just want to make sure I understand this. So you're saying we notified the commercial businesses and they still have it on their shelves waiting for a buyback program?
We're working on we just recently started this conversation. When we started down the ban, the prohibition as part of the ordinance, we had some conversations with legal, and we just were a little concerned about community pushback a little bit, from a retail perspective. So we just reached out to a couple of shops just to see what was on the shelves, and I think they were even a little surprised that they had some retail inventory. And so it was just a little touch with the community to see, what's really out there in the shops. And, they've been, Jans and White Pine have been great partners in this conversation for quite some time. And we've been learning from them. We're not Nordic or we're not Nordic skiers, so we need to lean on some of the experts too to have a better understanding of what's out there. They're more than willing to participate. They haven't necessarily said, "Hey, we're not going to do this unless you pay us for it."
But it's still on the shelves.
This is a conversation within the last few days. So,
I mean, whatever. We've been talking about it for a while. It's like, I don't know. I would think if we notified someone of a problem that's a health and safety risk for the community, the expectation would be they do the right thing and take action, not wait until we write them a check.
I appreciate that insight, and we'll think about that as we start to develop. We're working with Emma on some of the communications with the vendors, and we've got a list of, obviously in our business, listing of all the different folks who might have this type of wax, and we're going to start communicating more actively with them now.
Max?
I'm pretty sure the last time you were in, you answered this question. When did they start? When did the ban on producing wax with PFAS begin?
So I don't know the exact timing, Max, but what I can tell you is that EPA actually ended up suing SWIX and TOCO. So there were big settlements in place that we can all read more about, but the timing of the ban for skiing in the FIS and US Ski and Snowboard was more in the time frame of 2021, 2022 time frame. I can't tell you of the manufacturing time frame.
Sure. Okay. I know it's been a conversation for much longer than that. There've been environmental concerns around ski wax for, I don't know if it goes back a decade, but it's pretty close to that. At least it was a concern when we started our shop, which was 5 years ago. So, and I'm not sure that the insinuation is that the shops still have, I mean, they may have it in stock, but I'm not sure that they have it out on their retail floor. And if they do, I certainly would hope that at the very least, after they've heard this tonight, kind request would be, please pull it off your shelves. We don't want this in our drinking water, and we'll work something out. But if it's that critical to their operation, then they're way behind the curve, in my opinion. So I'm with Jeremy on that. Hopefully they've already done that and it's just in their inventory and we're figuring out what to do with it. If it's $2,000 and that's the difference in profitability in this community, then they're probably in deep trouble.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, let's
Brian, anything?
Yeah, just, from a testing perspective, something we talk a lot about at the Water Reclamation District. And I mean, the challenge is ski wax, this is great, but it's in everything in there with Gore-Tex on it. It's in non-stick cookware. It's in all this stuff. It's a big deal. So, yeah, but good work getting ahead of it.
Okay, let's go ahead and open for a public hearing. If you're joining us online and would like to make a comment, please put your hand up. Parker, you want to make a public comment? I haven't heard from you tonight. Do we have any hands up online?
No hands raised, Mayor.
All right, then we will close the public hearing. Further comments or a motion?
Your Honor, I move we approve new business item number 7.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging in
Thank
there,
you.
Carolyn. Yeah. All right, let's finish tonight with a legislative session update.
Okay, each of you has the most up-to-date bill tracking list that we keep now on our website to maximize the community and interest group and stakeholders' ability to follow along. Probably about 14 days left. I caution to say now is the time when things are going to get really, really interesting and happen really, really fast, fast and loose. Again, I said I had a tough premonition the other day that I just feel like this is the year where if it can go wrong, it will go wrong. I think just with the economy still super strong, relative recessions in minor areas, people are just emboldened. They are particularly emboldened in the areas of land use and taking away land use control from cities and towns. And so what can go wrong will go wrong. But I'll update a couple of the things that we've been working on for the benefit of the public. We've been attending all of our trade association meetings with the City Managers Association, meetings with the League of Cities and Towns. We have a Monday meeting with probably 150 other municipal officials around the state. We're tracking bills with the League of Cities and Towns. But the ones that we're really tracking are really focused on the short-term rental bill is still out there. Still hasn't changed from the update I provided last week about, what it can do and perhaps what it can do for the municipality. If in fact it becomes law, we would evaluate it like any other jurisdiction if we wanted to participate in an amnesty program or not, but currently don't have our hands on it, just sort of letting it proceed and seeing what happens. Our biggest concern is it didn't repeal the not well language, which is the language that allows us to use online advertisements to begin a compliance process. And so because of that, we've just sort of kept our hands off, no harm, no foul. The other one that's come up recently is what's called the sand and gravel bill. What's funny is they make all this the sand and gravel, the year of sand of gravel at the legislature. But what's scary about it is the cities and towns that do have sand and gravel pits are trying to come up with ways to keep some of the revenue at home to deal with some of the impacts that they incur. So make a long story short, a lot of communities in Utah have several of these facilities within their jurisdiction. They accompany large trucks, dust, wear and tear on the roads, thousands of hauling trips in and out a day. And they're trying to keep more of the revenue that those generate at home. So they're prepared and they have passed a bill, I think through committee, and it's made it through a first reading, which would actually amend some of the 50-50 formula, the sales tax formula. So this is the formula that Park City for decades has fought tooth and nail to keep where it is. A 50-50 is 50% of the revenue is based upon your population and 50% of the revenue is based on point of sale. So any tweaks to the negative on that formula have huge implications for Park City. Obviously, we have a very small population, relatively, roughly less than 9,000 residents, give or take. Except the point of sale is extremely large here because of our over 5 million visitors a year. So any tweaks to that formula could have, serious impacts on our ability to provide transportation and sanitation and law enforcement services. And so they were successful, these communities, in having the 50-50 formula amended to take out some of the sand and gravel sales taxes. So, overall, we were opposed. I'd say many cities and towns were opposed because it's going to be a revenue loss for us. Now, it's less than a point. So it's a relatively small amount of revenue overall. But the argument from the League of Cities and Towns and others was once you start messing with this precious formula for a specific purpose, it's a little bit like camel's nose is in the tent. What is next? And for another city and town, if we had a large population or otherwise, maybe it wouldn't be such a big deal. But for us, the point of sale formula is critical for our ability to provide services for all of the visitors and residents that we have. And so a little scary that that's been successful so far. We'll continue to, do everything we can. Not sure we're going to be able to stop it. The other dark spot of the day is the, obviously the Summit County spot zoning bill that everyone's aware of. There's been a tremendous amount of media of that. I think, cities and towns were very unhappy just with the precedent that was being set, and so opposed the bill. But obviously, it wasn't targeted at a specific city or town. It was, for lack of a better, it was sort of targeted at a class the size of Summit County, with a county that begins with an S and ends with a Y. It was just tailor-made for Summit County, and it's unfortunate. It's our sister government, and so we were, opposed to it like everyone else, but had very little say or very little anything we could do about it. The other one that we're hearing is, and we believe there's some language that just came out this evening, is there may actually be a fractional bill, a preemption bill that would eliminate cities and towns' ability to be able to zone or prevent the use of fractional ownership in residential zoning areas. But literally, I think the bill language just came out tonight. I have a photograph of it. So I haven't been able to evaluate, but at face value, it looks like a preemption bill. It would preempt cities and towns' ability to be able to regulate those. So we'll have a more comprehensive update in the bill tracking list, hopefully by tomorrow. So the public will be able to see it, the media will be able to see it, and you will as well. But literally, we just found that out this evening. And then finally, sort of the latest drama of the day. We spent an incredible amount of time the last 24 to 48 hours trying to get ahead of language that language that actually is, it may or may not be from an Old Town property owner that wants to expand their property and add subterranean square footage and massing and roof line, and would basically possibly even limit the ability of us to have CUPs in single 1 and 2 family residential areas. So the use of the CUP. And, we're working hard with our lobbyists. It's hard when you hear about these things and you don't have the explicit bill language to go analyze them and test them. But we immediately sort of just dropped everything we were doing, hauled in leaders from the League of Cities and Towns and said, what's going on here? This is what we're hearing. So I'm being intentionally vague because I don't have the bill language. And so, I am somewhat speculating on what was intended to happen. I do think that some of our friends from other cities and towns came to our aid and said, having subterranean areas not contribute to square footage and not being able to control the massing of buildings, particularly in an area like a historic district, is scary for a community that spent millions of dollars to have a historic district, have a historic district register, preserve a hillside with an open space bond initiative, and then to have that uprooted for a special purpose legislation for one property to have a bigger home. So I'm being general by nature because I don't have the language yet and I can't attribute it to anything specifically at this point. But, we're optimistic that working with our friends, we're hopefully able to get ahead of it. But the scary part is, legislatures emboldened to make some of these changes to just sort of one-off some of these individual property owner issues. And so fortunate to have Margaret and Mark and our lobbyist and our friends at the League of Cities and Towns. So it just kind of dropped everything and ruined about 8 hours of our life where we did everything we could to get ahead of it, to analyze it, and try to express people what the potential impacts might be. On the other side of the coin, legislators are saying, hey, we got this idea. You guys needed to tell us why it didn't work. Apologies that it ruined your day, but that's your job. And so our hope is that this goes away, but we won't know until we actually see some bill language. And so if we saw anything, it would be sort of in the larger overarching land use bill that would come forward. But now we've got everyone on the red alert. So we'll keep you posted on that. But those are the 5 bills that we're watching really closely. I'll mention a couple of the others, like we were watching the MITA bill, an eminent domain bill, landscaping bonds, loosening the restrictions about where small businesses are allowed to be and whether this license, solar panel tax credits. I could go on and on and on, but really the short-term rental, sand and gravel, because it has to do with the 50-50 formula, the spot zoning bill, which is obviously really unfortunate. The fractional bill we'll be analyzing tonight and tomorrow, and then finally the land use incident that I was just discussing.
Okay. How many more weeks?
Yep.
Many.
And, you know, obviously Monday's a holiday, so we don't have the Legislative Policy Committee on Monday. We have that Tuesday. So for those of you that come down, and, you know, this is the one that I would say, for those of you that aren't the legislative liaisons, if you do have some time on Tuesday, it's come one, come all. I'll let them know you're coming ahead of time to make sure that there's no occupancy issues. But if you were ever going to attend one LPC, it's always the one that's the Tuesday after President's Day. To me, that's often the most valuable. I mean, every year is different. So chances are we'll show up and you'll say, why'd you drag me down here? But typically it's the one that's got almost 200 members from cities and towns. The room is packed and there's the full laundry list of the hot button issues. And you're really hearing from mayors of other cities and towns and lobbyists and chiefs of police. And it's actually a pretty interesting meeting. It usually take about an hour and a half. But you know, so it's a big part of your day. It's really important. If you ever wanted to see it in action, it's the one I'd recommend you attend. Me.
Hey, Matt, so on the 50-50 bill, with the sand and gravel piece, do you mind just going a little bit deeper into that, or Margaret? Because what I understood of that bill was they were moving the tax revenue from the point of sale to the impact zone. And how is that a negative 1%? I don't want them to mess with the bill at all, but we are the impact zone and the point of sale most of the time. How does that turn out to be a net 1 point hit to us?
So for, well, thank you for the question. For cities that do not have a gravel pit, we will lose a proportional amount of the funds that would be redistributed. So those would no longer be redistributed. They would be kept within the community and they wouldn't be spit into this global formula where all of our other sales tax are spit into. It doesn't matter if you're buying food or services are good, it gets split into this redistribution area. The sand and gravel bill would keep that home. It takes money out of the larger redistribution pool that gets sent around the state and rebalanced. So that money is actually kept home to those communities. Now, their argument is fair. There's good cause. They're taking the laboring ore, their roads are deteriorating, their neighborhoods are dealing with the cut through traffic and everything else. Our argument was there's better ways to fund those because this sets a terrible precedent. But that money does not go into that pot anymore. And our argument is, well, what's next? Next year someone's going to be there saying, well, then don't put this in either because of these reasons. There's good cause, but our argument was there's a better revenue source.
Yeah, like us, like maybe our portion shouldn't go into the pot and we shouldn't lose 50%. What if we keep 100% of our tax revenue? I know.
What makes more money, tourism or sand and gravel?
I don't know the answer to that.
Is there like a list we have? I mean, same as last time. We talk a lot about the stuff that might affect us poorly, but what about stuff that's positive? Like, do we have a top 10? These are good for us.
Jeremy, you should come on Tuesday.
I'm serious.
I think that's a cool idea, and it sounds like a challenge for.
To take drink orders.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, there are some other things in here. There are some tourism bills, there's some tax related bills, but it sounds like a challenge for our team. Next week, I will try to highlight some of the positives.
Just thumbing through it. I mean, there are some good ones.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Good suggestion. Typically, we're watching the things full defense that are going to have a negative impact on our community, and perhaps we could do a better job of rounding it out. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thanks. I needed that help. Thank you.